Chapter 847, Strength that Surpasses Tears. NPCs. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were surprised when Kite and Anna suddenly appeared. Both Kite and Anna radiated an intense aura. They felt suffocated as they stood so close to these two NPCs. After not seeing them for some time, they sure have grown a lot. Shi Feng was quite satisfied when he looked at the handsome Kite and charming Anna. Both are level 60 now. As expected of dark gold guards. Their growth rate sure is fast. It was especially true for Anna's improvement speed. Despite having become his personal guard a little later than Kite, she had caught up to her companion's level. Moreover, she had become a Tier 2 summoner. In God's domain, it was not that easy to nurture a powerful personal guard. First and foremost, one required a large sum of money. As personal guards were NPCs, they required far more EXP to level up than players. If players frequently brought their personal guards when they went out to grind, this would only hold back the NPC's growth rate. If players wanted to let their personal guards level up and improve quickly, they had to let these personal guards accept quests at the Adventurers Association on their own. However, money was required when personal guards accepted a quest. Moreover, depending on the rank of the quest, the fee would also change. Although these personal guards would receive money, EXP, and other rewards after completing the quest, the player would receive none of it. This was because personal guards would use the money they earned to purchase their own equipment and items. Unlike players, who had to obtain powerful equipment by raiding dungeons, personal guards could purchase such items from the Adventurers Association or NPC-run weapons and equipment shops. However, personal guards could only use the money they earned themselves. Hence, the first step to nurturing personal guards was to increase the amount of money they possessed, and they had to complete a lot of quests to obtain that money. In the Adventurers Association, the quests personal guards could accept were categorized into bronze, mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold, dark gold, and epic rank. The higher the rank the quest was, the more abundant the rewards were. Likewise, the fee players had to pay would be higher as well. Currently, a level 60 bronze quest required an application fee of 5 gold, 10 gold for mysterious iron, 20 gold for secret silver, 40 gold for fine gold, 80 gold for dark gold, and 200 gold for epic. As to whether the personal guard in question could complete the quest, that depended on the personal guard's strength. For example, a bronze guard would have a 70% chance of completing a bronze quest, but they would only have a 40% chance to complete a mysterious iron quest and 10% chance for a secret silver quest. However, one could increase a personal guard's combat power through their equipment, increasing their quest success rate. Unfortunately, one needed time to gather the required resources. However, Anna and Kite were different. Their innate potential was dark gold rank. Even in basic equipment, they had a 50% chance of completing a dark gold quest. As long as their equipment was up to date, their success rate for completing a dark gold quest could easily exceed 80%. After their strength reached a certain degree, they could even challenge an epic quest. Only, epic quests were not readily available. That depended on the daily updates of the Adventurers Association's quest list. As Shi Feng's personal guards could accept much higher ranked quests than other players' personal guards, their leveling speed was much faster. Yi Feng, are we really going to deal with the Crystal Wolf King? Thoughtful Rain asked somewhat worriedly as she watched the high-spirited Shi Feng. Although the two level 60 Tier 2 NPCs were very powerful, the Crystal Wolf King was a great lord, an existence equivalent to a Tier 3 class. Relax. I've already investigated the Crystal Wolf King. The boss's skills are buff-oriented. As long as blue casts Dispel on it, our forces will be enough to take it down, Shi Feng explained, chuckling. This was not the first time he had dealt with the Crystal Wolf King. The Wolf King was powerful because of its speed. Even a top-tier MT of the same level would find it difficult to respond to the Wolf King's attacks. In addition, the boss had a stackable gain skill that allowed it to grow stronger the longer it fought. If they did not deal with this gain buff appropriately, they would be annihilated. However, if they dealt with the boss's gain buff properly, with the strength of 2 dark gold guards, they should have no problems taking down the Crystal Wolf King. Following which, Shifeng led Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo to a cave. A strong gale accosted the small team at the cave's entrance. As they stepped into the cave, they heard the howling of a wolf. The howl echoed throughout the cave, causing the cave walls and floor to tremble. In the next moment, a towering figure emerged from the depths of the dark, spacious cave. The figure stood over 10 meters tall. Bearing its snow-white fangs, a hint of bloodlust flashed in the figure's crimson eyes as it overlooked Shifeng's group. The figure's body was made entirely of crystals, and a green glow flashed where its heart should have been. Crystal Wolf King, Elemental Being, Great Lord. Level 50. HP 21,000,000/21,000,000. Kite, you'll tank the Wolf King. Anna, you'll act as support. Blue, focus on healing Kite, Shifeng immediately commanded. As Shifeng gave his orders, the tall and robust Kite transformed into a gale as he dashed towards the Crystal Wolf King. Kite only had 750,000 HP compared to the Great Lord, that was practically nothing. The Crystal Wolf King swung its razor-sharp claws, sending numerous streaks of silver light flying at the Sword Master. The silver lights were so fast that no ordinary player would have time to react. However, rather than dodging, Kite unsheathed his 2 swords and brandished his weapons. Peng! 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 The guard shattered the flying, silver lights. Kite released a low growl, and the 2 swords in his hands released a dazzling, blue glow. He then swung the weapons forward violently. Tier 2 skill, Wind Fang. The 2 massive, blue fangs transformed into 2 streaks of light, instantly piercing the Crystal Wolf King's body. Ayo! The Crystal Wolf King screamed in pain and retreated by 2 steps, 2 damages of over -100,000 points appearing its head. However, Kite was not done with his attacks. Immediately, he appeared before the Great Lord. The Crystal Wolf King was furious. Bearing its fangs, it swung its massive paw at Kite so fast that one could only see black shadows move towards the Sword Master. Boom! The earth shook. However, the Wolf King's paw never made contact with Kite's body. Instead, Kite blocked the attack with one hand. Kite then countered with a slash towards the giant paw's joint. A streak of blue light struck the Wolf King's paw, causing the boss to lose over 20,000 HP. Big Brother Yifeng, your personal guard is so strong. Blue Bamboo's eyes widened with surprise as she watched the fight. She had seen many powerful personal guards before. However, all of the Tier 2 personal guards she had seen had even struggled to deal with a lord, not to mention a Great Lord. They also required players' assistance. Yet, Kite could block this Great Lord's attack with a single hand. Shifeng was similarly shocked. He had never thought that Kite would be this powerful. The NPC had already grown to be capable of withstanding a Tier 3 monster's attack. He even had slightly higher strength than the Crystal Wolf King. Only now did Shifeng understand why those super guilds in the past had been so desperate to obtain a Dark Gold Guard. If Kite was this strong right now, how powerful would he be when he reached Tier 5? While Shifeng watched, astonished, Anna, who stood a short distance away from the Crystal Wolf King, also began to attack. When her chanting came to an end, suddenly, a brilliant light filled the dark cave. A massive, golden magic array had enveloped over half of the cave. Anna's aura also grew by multiple times. Even Shifeng, who stood far away from the summoner, had trouble breathing in the dense aura. Chapter 848, Frightening Dark Gold Guard. What is this spell? Shifeng could feel the aura around Anna strengthening. Right now, it felt as if a Tier 3 NPC was standing before him. This was the first time Shifeng had seen such a spell. Tier 3 NPCs were generally tasked to defend a city. Even in a major city like White River City, they would be considered top-class individuals. Players would find it difficult to meet one. Shifeng immediately called out Anna's skill menu. What? She's grasped a Tier 2 curse already. Shifeng was extremely shocked when he saw the list displayed on the skill menu. Anna's growth potential was incredible. Previously, Shifeng had checked Kite's skill menu. Although the Sword Master had learned quite a number of Tier 2 skills, he had picked up just one Tier 2 taboo skill. Moreover, he had obtained this taboo skill only after completing many quests. In contrast, Anna actually already possessed 2 Tier 2 curses right now. Moreover, one of them was even a curse Shifeng had never heard before. Song of Summoning. Not only would the curse forcefully upgrade the caster to Tier 3 temporarily, but it would also summon a golden giant, a Tier 3 creature. In the next moment, an endless amount of mana began gathering at the center of the golden magic array. After roughly 3 seconds, the large supply of mana condensed into a golden giant over 10 meters tall. The giant was fully equipped with golden armor, and it carried a giant golden axe on its back. Golden Giant, Elemental Being, Great Lord. Level 60. HP 30,000,000/30,000,000. Shifeng was ecstatic when he saw the Golden Giant. Anna's performance was simply terrific. Despite being only a Tier 2 NPC, she was already capable of summoning a Tier 3 creature. Moreover, Anna herself had also reached the standard of a Tier 3, albeit temporarily. With this, dealing with a Tier 3 monster of the same level would be child's play for her. In the next moment, the Golden Giant charged at the Crystal Wolf King and swung its golden axe. However, the speed of the giant's axe was not particularly fast. As a result, the Wolf King managed to block the weapon in time using its paw. Boom! The impact of the collision sent the Wolf King flying, and then its body slammed heavily into the ground. The paw it defended itself with trembled uncontrollably as well. At this moment, when the Wolf King looked at the Golden Giant, its eyes were filled with fear. Not only had the Crystal Wolf King gone flying from this frontal clash, but it had also suffered over -5,000 damage from the resulting impact. If the Wolf King had not blocked the Golden Giant's axe, the damage it received from the Golden Giant would have definitely exceeded the damage Kite had inflicted. A single Golden Giant was already more than enough to deal with the Crystal Wolf King. After including Kite's targeted strikes at the Wolf King's weak points, the Crystal Wolf King immediately fell into an absolute disadvantage. In the end, it could only accept its fate, serving as a punching bag. It seems my plans were unnecessary. Shifeng laughed involuntarily as he looked at the Crystal Wolf King's constantly decreasing HP. He finally got to experience how those players had felt when they obtained a Dark Gold Guard of their own. Initially, he had still planned on taking action himself. Now, however, it would seem that his plans were utterly superfluous. If he were to join the fray as well, he would be bullying the Crystal Wolf King. However, he had to admit that it indeed felt awesome to have a Dark Gold Guard. He could practically level up even while lying down and doing nothing. Even if he were a player who did not know how to fight, he could simply rely on his personal guard to help him level up. It's no wonder those players back then had invested all their money into nurturing these Dark Gold Guards. Shifeng could not help but think back to those players who had been lucky enough to obtain Dark Gold Guards in the past. It turns out that the difference in strength is actually so massive. Logically, if one possessed such a powerful guard, grinding, leveling up, and earning money should be a piece of cake. After all, field bosses were practically walking ATMs to players with Dark Gold Guards. Generally, guilds would have to organize large expeditions to raid these powerful field bosses. They even had to make enormous sacrifices to take down these bosses. On the other hand, the only task players with Dark Gold Guards had to do was search for field bosses. They could leave everything else to their personal guards to handle even if it took 2 or 3 days to locate a single field boss. Once they killed the boss, its loot would be all theirs for the keeping. Their income would definitely be far above that of experts of God's domain. Yet, in the past, any player that possessed a relatively good personal guard in God's domain was extremely poor. This was because these personal guards were no different from a bottomless pit. If the equipment and skills of a personal guard did not improve along with the increase in their levels, then raiding field bosses of the same level would become much more dangerous. After all, unlike NPCs, monsters didn't need equipment. As long as their levels increased, their attributes would increase significantly as well. In contrast, a personal guard's strength was not dependent on just their attributes. They also relied heavily on their equipment and skills. They needed to continually improve themselves in order to go up against bosses of the same level. When players died, at worst, they would lose a single level and a piece of equipment. However, the death of personal guards was different. Not only would they lose many levels, but their revival would also take a very long time. Not to mention, the cost of reviving personal guards could sting even top-tier experts. Hence, to reduce the possibility of their guards dying, players in the past would try to increase the strength of their personal guards as much as possible. Time flowed by quickly. While under the observation of Shifeng and the others. Since Blue Bamboo had dispelled all the gain buffs cast by the Crystal Wolf King on itself, its HP quickly fell to 30%. Right just then, the Wolf King's crimson eyes suddenly gave off a bloody glow, its half-transparent crystal body gradually turning crimson as well. Blue, hurry up and use the scroll. Rain, you and I will join the battle. Shifeng instructed hurriedly. Once the Crystal Wolf King's HP fell below 30%, it would stop using the Tier 2 buff skill and start using the Tier 3 gain skill, instead. Just the first stack of the buff could increase the Wolf King's strength and speed by 10%, while subsequent stacks would further enhance its strength and speed by 10%, up to a maximum of 30 stacks. In other words, the Crystal Wolf King's strength and speed could increase by as much as 300%. At that point, even a Grand Lord of the same level would not be a match for it. Hence, they needed to finish off the Crystal Wolf King before things got out of hand. Only, its gain buffs stacked up very quickly. It would gain a stack once every 10 seconds. If nobody removed this buff, in just 2 minutes' time, the Crystal War Wolf's strength could rival a Grand Lord. Got it. At this time, Blue Bamboo retrieved a magic scroll from her bag and began amplifying her dispel. As the first stack of buff got removed, Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power and began attacking from the Crystal Wolf King's side. Thundering Flash. Chop. Earth Splitter. Thunder Flame Explosion. One skill after another landed on the Crystal Wolf King, each one dealing around -10,000 to -20,000 damage to the Great Lord. In contrast, Thoughtful Rain was not faring particularly well. The Crystal War Wolf was an elemental being, so it possessed relatively high magic resistance in addition to its own defense. Thoughtful Rain's attacks very rarely dealt over -3,000 damage to the Great Lord. When the Crystal Wolf King's HP fell below 3 million, Kite executed the Tier 2 taboo skill, Hurricane's Descent. Anna also stopped holding back as she cast the Tier 2 curse, Judgment of Light. A gray cyclone promptly appeared in the sky, and like a sharp blade, it stabbed directly at the Crystal Wolf King. As for Anna's Judgment of Light, when she completed the curse, it called forth a battle angel into the battlefield. The moment the battle angel appeared, she threw a sacred golden spear at the Wolf King. Boom! -1,045,137. -1,274,646. Instantly, 2 massive damages appeared above the Crystal Wolf King's head, forcing an agonized howl out of the Great Lord. The Wolf King then fell to the ground, its body paralyzed. It had obviously suffered massive injuries from the 2 attacks and entered a weakened state for a short period. The tremendous amounts of damages thoroughly stunned Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Naturally, Shi Feng would not let this golden opportunity pass. He immediately activated Divine Providence followed by Flame Burst. When he finished executing his 15 consecutive attacks, the Crystal Wolf King collapsed to the ground, its body completely motionless. Chapter 849, Alchemy Equipment. With the Crystal Wolf King's death, everyone's experience bars rose by a large margin. Shi Feng reached 41% of level 40, while Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were now only 20% away from level 40. They would have to grind for just one more day, at most, to bridge this final gap. However, compared to the EXP they obtained, Shi Feng paid much more attention towards the Wolf King's loot. The Crystal Wolf King was the guardian monster of this map. Moreover, this was the first time it had been killed. Its loot would naturally be much more bountiful than usual. Sure enough, among the 10 items dropped, 5 were rare materials. As for the remaining 5, 3 were level 50 fine gold equipment and 1 was the crystal heart that Thoughtful Rain required. With this crystal heart, she would be able to proceed to the next phase of her quest. The Witch's Sin was a chain legacy quest with a total of 5 phases. Unlike other legacy quests, where one simply had to obtain a legacy tool and activate it, the Witch's Sin allowed one to enter its legacy grounds and undertake the final trial only after the completion of a series of quests. It was much more troublesome than the legacy quests of other hidden classes. However, it was also one of the easiest legacies to encounter. Sure enough, the loot this time is good. Shi Feng smiled as he held up a deep blue crystal bottle. This crystal bottle was neither a weapon nor equipment that combat players sought. Instead, it was an item that was in demand among lifestyle players, particularly alchemists, because this crystal bottle was alchemy equipment. Azure Ocean Crystal Bottle, Alchemy Equipment, Secret Silver Rank. Increases the alchemy success rate by 5%. Although the crystal bottle only increased the success rate of alchemy procedures by 5%, for comparison, a complete set of mysterious iron alchemy equipment provided a total increase of only 8%. Meanwhile, the complete Azure Ocean set could increase the alchemy success rate by 12%. It was a set that was highly desirable even to master alchemists. Although Shi Feng currently had only a single bottle, this item would suffice to help an intermediate alchemist get promoted to advanced alchemist quickly. After reaching the advanced alchemist standard, an alchemist could begin producing all sorts of rare intermediate potions such as the intermediate fire resistance potion and intermediate ice resistance potion. The value of these potions would skyrocket once the eclipse gate opened. Unfortunately, the Candlelight trading firm simply had too few advanced alchemists at the moment. Now that Shi Feng had obtained a piece of the Azure Ocean set, it would help a lot in addressing this problem. After killing the Crystal Wolf King, Shi Feng did not remain idle. Instead, he led Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo around the Crystal Forest, killing chieftains and lords, using this opportunity to gather the other set pieces of the Azure Ocean set. Finally, around the time when the soul lock on Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo disappeared, he obtained an Azure Ocean test tube, which increased the alchemy success rate by 3% after killing a Lord-ranked boss. Shi Feng lacked just 2 more to complete the set. However, seeing as it was getting late, he had to bring Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo back to the city first. As for the remaining 2 set pieces, he could only put off collecting them for the future. White River City, at an open-air restaurant close to the Candlelight trading firm. Players and horse carriages constantly traveled down the street outside the restaurant, every one of these players in a hurry to raise themselves to level 40. All of this was due to the sudden appearance of a mount in White River City. This incident had whetted the appetites of White River City's players for mounts. At the same time, the number of players trying to join Zero Wing had further increased. Previously, everyone had considered mounts to be just another mode of transportation. However, after seeing the demonic flame tiger, everyone came to understand one thing. Mounts could also assist players in battle. This was especially true for a mount like the demonic flame tiger. Its mere presence was enough to make one shudder. One could just imagine how much more help it could provide in combat. That tiger mount sure is cool. It would be great if I could have one as well. Stop dreaming. Someone on the forums is offering to buy the mount for 8 million credits right now. Even so, many people are still ridiculing that person. Ridicule? Why? That's 8 million credits we're talking about. If I had that much money, I wouldn't have to work for the rest of my life. If I were the owner of the tiger mount, I would definitely sell it. Do you think that mount is worth only 8 million? Although some guilds have managed to get their hands on mounts as well, those mounts are just bronze rank, with very few being mysterious iron rank. Currently, rumor has it that the tiger mount might be a dark gold mount. If that's true, it's the highest ranked mount currently known in God's domain. Instead of it being just a mount, it is a symbol of one's identity. Most likely, 8 million credits isn't even worth 10% of that mount. These people are just insane. I'm having a headache just trying to earn 40 gold. Who knows when I'll be able to save up that much money? It would be great if the mounts were cheaper. Of course there is a cheaper alternative. A guild mount costs only 25 gold. However, you'll need to join a guild with a stable first. Currently, Zero Wing is the only guild in God's domain that has a stable. The number of players trying to join Zero Wing every day has nearly filled up Zero Wing's residence to the point of bursting. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have tried to join Zero Wing sooner. Zero Wing really is amazing. Right now, even super guilds have yet to construct their own stables, but Zero Wing has done so already. In a few years' time, Zero Wing might even become a new super guild. While the players on the street were busy chatting, a handsome young man wrapped in a black cloak wore a gloomy expression on his face as he sat in the open-air restaurant. Zero Wing sure is something. It's no wonder they dared to oppose King's return, the tall and beautiful woman seated beside the handsome youth said, a faint smile on her face. It's been too long since our guild has made a move. It seems that people have started to forget how frightening we actually are. In the minds of ordinary players, super guilds were merely guilds with long histories and plenty of experts. They did not understand the truly formidable aspect of super guilds. The reason why super guilds were powerful was not because of their large number of experts and vast resources, but more due to the quality of their experts. The Falcon Legion sent to kill the core members of Zero Wing was the best proof. The Falcon Legion was a legion of experts King's return had secretly nurtured. Every member of the Falcon Legion could rank among the top experts of a first-rate guild. The more powerful members were even in the refinement realm already. Going up against multiple top-tier experts of first-rate guilds at the same time would be a piece of cake for these refinement realm experts. Now, not only had King's return sent a 20-man team after Zero Wing's core members, but the guild had also assigned Quirrell, one of the team leaders of the Falcon Legion, to lead it. In addition, Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger even accompanied the team. Both these men were refinement realm experts. With such a force, annihilating Zero Wing's core members would be child's play. Of course, King's return's intention was not to exterminate Zero Wing but to give it a warning. Hopefully, Zero Wing will learn their lesson after this little warning. If they still dare to stand against me, their core members won't be the only ones to die next time, Hellfiend stated, a cold glint flashing across his eyes. Sindhart has already departed from his guild residence and is currently heading over. It should be time for us to meet that guild leader of Zero Wing. It would indeed be difficult for King's return to thoroughly exterminate Zero Wing in one fell swoop. However, other methods could be used to deal with the guild slowly. The simplest way was to repeatedly kill the upper echelons of the guild. If the guild's upper echelons were frequently killed, their deaths would negatively impact the growth of the guild. If the situation was prolonged, guild members would lose faith in their upper echelons. In the end, members would start quitting, which would, in turn, weaken the guild. This was also the reason why the various guilds were afraid of super guilds. Just as Hellfiend was about to head to the candlelight trading firm, 20 cloaked players appeared before him. These 20 players were none other than ordinary strangers group. Well? Did you finish the mission? Hellfiend asked softly as he looked at ordinary stranger, who stood in the lead. Chapter 850, Hellfiend's Shock. Why are you all quiet? Hellfiend asked sternly as he looked at ordinary stranger's team, which remained silent. However, Hellfiend's follow-up question still failed to elicit a reply from ordinary stranger and the others. Instead, their heads hung even lower, their complexions becoming extremely gloomy. Did you, or did you not complete the mission? Have you all become mute? Hellfiend asked suspiciously. Whether it was ordinary stranger or Thunder Tiger, both of them were usually chatterboxes. Yet, now, neither of them had uttered even a single word. How could he not find this situation odd? After a long period of silence, Coral finally stepped forward and answered in a low tone, "We didn't complete the mission." You didn't complete the mission? Hellfiend was momentarily stunned. He then looked at Coral and demanded in a deep tone, "Tell me exactly what happened." Following which, Coral and ordinary stranger made a full report to Hellfiend. After hearing their recollection, Hellfiend fell silent. Praying Lotus, the beautiful level 39 oracle dressed in sacred white robes who was standing beside Hellfiend, also revealed an astonished expression. The reason for her astonishment was not because Coral and the others had died. Instead, it was because of who had ambushed them. Although ordinary stranger had guessed that the cloaked man was Black Flame, Coral had personally seen the cloaked man's true appearance, and he could say with 100% certainty that their ambusher was Yifeng. Yifeng was someone who had long since entered the list of targets to pay attention to of super guilds and super first-rate guilds. He was ridiculously strong. Even if Hellfiend were to take action himself, the outcome of the fight would be uncertain. Hellfiend's chances of suffering defeat might even be higher than Yifeng's. Hence, it came to her as no surprise that Yifeng had killed Coral and the others. If this were normal times, she could still chalk it up to Coral and the others having extremely bad luck. Unfortunately, things were not as simple as just having bad luck, and this was the part that gave her and Hellfiend a headache. The movements of the Falcon Legion were kept top secret, even Hellfiend himself had been in the dark. For the mission this time, only the 20 players on the team had known the details. Hence, before the team had made its move, it was impossible for Zero Wing to have known about the ambush. Moreover, when Coral and the others had taken action, they had even used Soul Lock on their targets. Their ambush targets had no way to get news out unless they died and logged out of the game. As for Yifeng appearing at that location by coincidence, that was also impossible. After all, Yifeng had ridden around White River City on his mount for a long time, causing a huge commotion in the city. When Coral and the others took action, Yifeng had still been in the city. Hence, Yifeng's appearance at the Crystal Forest was definitely no coincidence. It was certain that he had only rushed to the rescue after finding out about the incident. However, just how far away was the Crystal Forest from White River City? By the time Yifeng arrived there, even with a mount, the Falcon Legion should have long since finished their targets. Yet, that was not the case. Not only had Yifeng slaughtered the Falcon Legion, but he had even managed to save his companions. The speed of his mobilization was simply staggering. This meant that dealing with the members of Zero Wing would be much more troublesome in the future. If they were not careful, they might even end up suffering a huge loss. However, they also could not afford to send out their guild's apex experts. These people usually had their own tasks to handle. How could they possibly have the time to play around with an upstart guild? Moreover, if they really did dispatch these experts, doing so would turn their guild into a laughingstock for other super guilds. It's no wonder even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is helpless against Zero Wing. It turns out that they still have such a card to play. Good. Very good. Hellfiend exclaimed, his mouth twitching in anger. This move of Zero Wing had foiled his plans considerably. Hellfiend, are we still going to meet with Black Flame? Praying Lotus asked. Their initial plan had been to teach Zero Wing a lesson and let the guild know what kind of consequences awaited it should it offend King's return. Now with the Falcon Legion's defeat, they naturally lost their deterrent against Zero Wing. Go. Of course, we're going. If Sind Heart thinks he can get that sum of money, he can forget about it. Hell Fiend declared, bloodlust shining in his eyes. With a resolute tone, he added, since we can't do this subtly, we'll just use force to convince Zero Wing. I don't believe an upstart guild with no backing won't submit to King's return. Saying so, Hell Fiend had ordinary stranger contact Zero Wing. White River City's teleportation hall. Suddenly, several white flashes appeared inside the building as Shifeng and the others returned to White River City once again. What a pity. It would be great if we could continue grinding for a few more hours, Blue Bamboo said in disappointment as she looked at her own experience bar. During their time following Shifeng around, their leveling speed simply left one speechless. With 2 personal guards capable of overwhelming a great lord present, dealing with those chieftain and lord-ranked monsters was extremely relaxing. The crystal wolves they slaughtered as they traveled around the crystal forest also boosted their experience bars significantly. Currently, she was only 5% away from reaching level 40. At most, she would need an hour's worth of grinding to bridge that final gap. Level 40 was a relatively major milestone in God's domain. Throughout their travels, Blue Bamboo had eyed Shifeng's demonic flame tiger with longing. Unfortunately, she had yet to reach level 40, so she could not even give riding Shifeng's mount a try. In God's domain, mounts could generally carry 2 people at the same time. If a mount was of a sufficiently high rank, it could even accommodate 3 people at once. A dark gold mount like the demonic flame tiger could bear a maximum of 3 people. However, the riders had to be level 40 or above. After exiting the teleportation hall, Shifeng summoned the demonic flame tiger once again. The demonic flame tiger's cool and massive body immediately attracted the gazes of the passers-by. I still have something to take care of, so I'll be leaving first. If you encounter any problems in your quest again, just contact me or Aqua and the others, Shifeng said as he jumped onto his mount. He gave the demonic flame tiger a tap and then sped towards the candlelight trading firm. After Shifeng departed, the players on the streets promptly shifted their gazes towards Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Are those 2 beauties members of Zero Wing? I saw them talking to that mount-riding person just now. Could that expert be a member of Zero Wing? All sorts of ideas started popping up in people's minds. Many beautiful female players also started looking at Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo with eyes filled with envy and admiration. Although they were acquainted with many experts, compared to Shifeng, those experts were simply noobs. On the other hand, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo actually managed to make friends with an expert like Shifeng. It would be great if I can get a mount that's as cool as Big Brother Yifeng's. At that time, my classmates will definitely die of jealousy, Blue Bamboo said as she looked at Shifeng's departing figure admiringly. However, Thoughtful Rain, who stood beside Blue Bamboo, did not have such thoughts in her mind. Instead, she was currently pondering how she could go about improving her strength. Shifeng's battles had truly widened her horizons. She had never imagined that there would actually be such a huge difference between players. Candlelight Trading Firm, 2nd floor reception room. Hell Fiend, are you really going to do it? Praying Lotus asked, a frown on her face. If you do so, we'll suffer significant losses as well. I've already said that I absolutely will not let Sind Heart get that money. If Black Flame is really resolute in opposing me, I will let him know what regret tastes like. Let's see if he thinks opposing me just for a stranger like Sind Heart is worth it or not. Hell Fiend sneered and nodded decisively. As Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus were waiting quietly, the doors to the room opened suddenly. Shifeng, who was currently in the guise of Black Flame, slowly walked up to Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus. Chapter 851, Book of Disaster. So he is Black Flame. Hell-Fiend began carefully observing Shi Feng as the swordsman approached him. Although the general public did not have a clear grasp of Black Flame's strength, practically all experts from super guilds knew just how powerful the man was. Ranked 51st on God's Domain's experts list. Although the rankings on this list did not measure the exact strength of an expert, they were still useful as a reference. Someone ranked 51st on the list was unquestionably an expert who could rank at the top in any super guild. Moreover, the fact that Black Flame had managed to develop an upstart guild like Zero Wing to its current state showed that he was strong in more than just fighting. While Hell-Fiend and Praying Lotus were observing Shi Feng was also observing the two. Whether it was Hell-Fiend or Praying Lotus, both of them had been very famous experts in the past. It was especially true for Hell-Fiend. During the initial stages of God's Domain, he had already become an adjudicator of King's Return. The title of adjudicator was not just for show. It represented King's Return's apex combat power. Even the weakest adjudicator was a Void Realm expert. In addition, there was also an age restriction. Candidates for adjudicator could not be over 30. In other words, no one over 30 years old could take part in the exam to become an adjudicator. Hell-Fiend had managed to become one at such a young age. 10 years later, he had even become a Tier 6 mage god that everybody knew of. As for the female oracle, Praying Lotus, she was similarly very amazing. Although she could not compare to Hell-Fiend, she had similarly been promoted into one of King's Return's adjudicators a year or so later. In the end, she had even become a Tier 5 Red Priest. Her combat power back then had reached the peak of Tier 5. She had been an existence that countless experts looked up to. Shi Feng had never imagined that the two people looking to talk to him would be them. "What business do you have with me?" Shi Feng asked in a deep tone as he looked at Hell-Fiend. "You can't be trying to get me to give up on the trade, right?" "Actually, we are. The reason we've come looking for you this time is indeed to have you give up on that exchange. If you give up now, our previous agreement will still take effect." Hell-Fiend nodded. He then took out a tattered old book from his bag. Smiling confidently, he said, "You can take a look at this thing here. If you are not willing to give up on the exchange, it won't be the Falcon Legion taking action the next time. Instead, I'll make use of this item. You don't wish to see any accidents happening to the stone forest town that you've arduously developed, right?" This ancient book was very old. There didn't seem to be anything special about it. Its cover had long since been ruined. However, if one tried hard enough, one could still make out the faint words written on the book's cover. Abyss Summoning. The instant Shi Feng saw these words, his heart involuntarily shook. This book was a nightmarish item in God's Domain. This book itself was a disaster. In God's Domain, the human race was constantly at war with the Abyss. However, it was not that easy for the Abyss to invade the continent of God's Domain. Abyssal monsters needed to travel through an Abyss passage to enter God's Domain en masse. It was extremely difficult to open an Abyss passage. Nevertheless, this ancient book could simply do so. This ancient book was an item monsters from the Dark Abyss had specifically sent over. The reason for doing so was to have the people residing on the continent of God's Domain use it. The book would then act as a marker that allowed abyssal monsters to open a passage to God's Domain much more readily. The opening of an Abyss passage would mean that endless abyssal monsters would surge into God's Domain. At that time, many kingdoms and empires would fall to the invasion. Shi Feng had never dreamed that Hell-Fiend would actually possess this item. No wonder he's so confident. So he still has such a trump card. Shi Feng was momentarily at a loss for words as he looked at the ancient book on the table. If an Abyss passage opened close to Stone Forest Town, it would indeed bring about the destruction of the town. However, opening an Abyss passage was no laughing matter. In the past, a player had similarly used one such ancient book to open an Abyss passage. The abyssal monsters that came out had ended up destroying an entire kingdom and even spreading to several neighboring kingdoms. The Glory Empire was only a short distance away from Star Moon Kingdom. With the scope of the Abyss Passage, the Glory Empire would naturally suffer from the invasion. In such a case, King's Return would not escape unscathed either. However, this ancient book had one more secret that was not mentioned by the system. If you don't mind losing Stone Forest Town, you can go ahead and trade with Sind Heart, Hell Fiend laughed. This ancient book was extraordinarily precious. Originally, he had not intended to use it for such a matter. After all, it could be used to deal with other super guilds in the future. Now, however, with the situation as it was, he couldn't care less about wasting the book. However, he did not believe that Shifeng would be so foolish. How could a measly 5 plots of land possibly compare to Stone Forest Town? Contrary to Hell Fiend's expectations, however, Shifeng shook his head and said very seriously, "Sorry, but I still refuse. If you wish to use this ancient book of yours, go ahead." When Praying Lotus heard Shifeng's reply, she stared at him with an expression of disbelief on her face. Thinking that the man did not understand the severity of the situation, she hurriedly exclaimed, "Guild leader Black Flame, you have to think this through carefully. That's Stone Forest Town we're talking about, not an NPC city. Do you think you can fend off an endless wave of abyssal monsters?" This ancient book was extraordinary. Just the price to activate the Abyss Passage would cost them significantly. It would be a complete waste to use it on a small guild like Zero Wing. "I've considered this very clearly. If you don't have anything else, please leave." "I still have many things I need to tend to," Shifeng said. Then he stood up and left. At this time, both Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus were stunned. A lunatic. Black Flame clearly had a mental problem. Or did he think they would not actually carry out their threat? Good. Black Flame, I applaud you. You are the first person to have earned my admiration since entering the virtual gaming world. Since you insist on doing so, I'll fulfill your wish, then. I will definitely make you regret your decision today, Black Flame. Hell Fiend laughed maniacally as he looked at Shifeng's receding back. "We're leaving." Following which, Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus departed the candlelight trading firm. "Guild leader, will helping Sind Heart really be worth it?" Aqua Rose asked curiously as she looked at Hell Fiend's departing figure. She had watched everything that happened very clearly from a secret room beside the reception room. After all, 2 important figures from King's Return had come. How could the vice leader of Zero Wing possibly be absent from this situation? Although Sind Heart was a good-natured person, they were merely acquaintances. If Shifeng were to abandon Stone Forest Town just because of a promise, it would be the epitome of foolishness. However, Aqua Rose also understood that it was precisely due to this personality of Shifeng's that she had agreed to join Zero Wing back then. If Shifeng were someone who readily bowed to threats, he wouldn't have so many people placing their trust in him right now. "Do you think I'm doing it just because of Sind Heart?" Shifeng could not help but laugh. If Hell Fiend really does open up an Abyss Passage near Stone Forest Town, then I would have to thank him. Thank him? The Abyss Passage will call forth an endless wave of abyssal monsters. How could Stone Forest Town possibly defend against so many monsters? Aqua Rose asked, confused. Gains and losses correspond in God's domain. That ancient book is both a disaster and an opportunity. Just like an epic quest, while terrific rewards are possible, the punishment for failure is similarly terrifying, Shifeng explained, smiling. Hopefully, Hell Fiend doesn't disappoint me. Hell Fiend could not know about the true secret of the ancient book. This secret was something that players had found out only after God's domain had experienced such disasters multiple times. Shortly after Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus left, Shifeng similarly departed the candlelight trading firm. However, to avoid attracting too much attention, Shifeng hailed an advanced horse carriage and headed towards the library. Previously, due to Thoughtful Rain's matter, he had not managed to deal with the Golden Tablets quest. Now that he was done with that matter, he naturally could not leave the tablet quest alone. However, after arriving at the library, before Shifeng could head to the entrance of the building, a beautiful figure suddenly intruded into his path, blocking him. Taking a closer look, Shifeng discovered that the person blocking him was actually Yulan of Underworld. Guild leader Black Flame, you really are difficult to find. May I know if you have time for a private chat? Yulan asked softly, smiling as she looked at the cloaked Shifeng. Chapter 852, Sacred Grounds. Your ability to find someone is really amazing, Shifeng said. However, his attention was currently not on Yulan. Instead, he was surveying his surroundings. However, even after careful observation, nothing in particular drew his eye. He did not detect anybody trailing him. Moreover, in a city, many players chose to wear a black cloak to avoid exposing themselves. Hence, cloaked players were not an uncommon sight in a city. Despite that, Yulan had still managed to locate him. At this moment, Yulan wore a set of luxurious purple robes, a glowing, silver staff clasped in her hand. The staff had many runes engraved on it, and Shifeng could faintly feel the ambient mana gathering around it. Yulan's level was similarly extraordinary. Currently, she was already a level 39 summoner. The current first-ranking player on Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list was only level 38, yet Yulan had already reached level 39. Her leveling speed was already on par with the experts of super guilds. Guild leader Black Flame is overpraising me. Why don't we find a quiet place to sit down and have a chat? Yulan revealed a meaningful smile. I have some intelligence that I know will certainly interest guild leader Black Flame. Intelligence that will interest me? Shifeng could not help but laugh when he heard Yulan saying so. He had already mingled in God's domain for over a decade already. In the past, he had even been the guild leader of a second-rate guild. The information he had regarding God's domain far surpassed that of any current player or guild. Right now, most likely, only the secrets gathered by super guilds could possibly interest him. Isn't guild leader Black Flame interested in the holy city of Titan? Yulan asked as she revealed a confident and provocative smile. How do you know about the holy city of Titan? Shifeng was greatly shocked as he looked at Yulan. The holy city of Titan was one of God's domain's major secrets. Even in the past, not many players had known about the holy city. It was a place that independent players had no chance of ever visiting. Even those who knew about the existence of the holy city would not necessarily be able to go there. Only an extremely few large guilds were capable of visiting it. Generally, only first-rate guilds and above had the ability to get to the holy city. Although Shadow had been a second-rate guild in the past, it was only after joining hands with many guilds, as well as having the powerful Immortal Light Guild of that time taking the lead, that Shifeng had managed to get a glimpse of the holy city of Titan. The holy city of Titan was originally a city where the Titans resided. It was once an extremely powerful city, capable of going up against even gods. However, after the war between the gods, the city had weakened significantly. Even so, it was still much more powerful than the current four great empires of God's domain, and was roughly Blackwing City's match and greatly respected by the various kingdoms and empires of God's domain. However, the holy city of Titan was different from Blackwing City. Blackwing City was more of a place for players to conduct trade at. Titan City, on the other hand, was a place meant for nurturing players. It had been titled a sacred training ground by many players. The reason for this was because the mana density at Titan City was much denser than in most locations in the outside world. Aside from being a sacred training ground for combat players, Titan City was also a sacred ground for lifestyle players. Due to the excellent environmental conditions there, lifestyle players would have their production success rates improved considerably. In addition, the chance of obtaining lifestyle designs at the grinding spots around Titan City was much higher than at other locations. Hence, many lifestyle players yearned to visit the holy city of Titan. However, Titan City was not a place that just any player could visit. Similar to Blackwing City, one needed to obtain a pass. However, the drop rate for Titan City's pass was much lower than Blackwing City's. Moreover, only level 30, 100-man large-scale team dungeons or above had a chance of dropping the pass. Although Shifeng had thought of going to Titan City, until now, not a single team in Zero Wing had managed to obtain a pass for Titan City. In Shifeng's opinion, though, this was a very normal occurrence. The drop rate for that item was simply too low. Obtaining it in level 30 or level 40 dungeons was practically impossible. Only after reaching level 50 would 100-man team dungeons have a slightly higher possibility of dropping the pass. Even so, the probability was only 1 in 1,000. In other words, one had to raid 1,100-man team dungeons to obtain a pass to Titan City. Moreover, the drop rate for the pass was unaffected by one's luck attribute. Hence, Shifeng had excluded the Holy City of Titan when thinking of ways to nurture guild experts. That method simply relied too heavily on luck. It seems guild leader Black Flame really does know about Titan City. That will make the following discussion easier. Yulan smiled. I have a pass to go to that place. Have I managed to catch your interest now? You've got me. Shifeng could not help but laugh. He had never imagined that this woman before him would actually be so capable. A pass to the Holy City of Titan. The value of this item far surpassed that of an epic weapon. In the past, some guilds had even been willing to pay 20,000 gold just for a pass. Unfortunately, no guild was willing to sell this item. After all, the value of going to Titan City was far above 20,000 gold. Following which, Shifeng followed Yulan to a high-class restaurant. The restaurant was located in the Nobles District, so the prices here were way beyond the means of independent players. As a result, Shifeng and Yulan were the only players within the restaurant. Inside a quiet VIP room on the second floor, Shifeng and Yulan quietly sat facing each other. Miss Yulan, I'm very curious. With Underworld's power, you guys should have a high chance of getting through the entrance trial. Why have you come looking to cooperate with me? Shifeng asked curiously. Guild leader Black Flame, surely you jest. Underworld has existed for a long time already. Like those super guilds, the power structure inside the organization is very complicated. Everyone has their own opinions and motives. For example, Feng Xianyang and I are under different superiors. How could Underworld possibly compare to a straightforward organization like Zero Wing? Yulan laughed. This Titan City's pass is something I just happened to chance upon. Nobody in the guild has found out about it yet. However, with my own abilities, it is very difficult to get through the entrance trial. In addition, I only have 3 chances to challenge the trial. I won't gain anything if I fail all 3 chances. Hence, I thought of asking for your help, guild leader Black Flame. So that's the case. Shifeng found Yulan's words readily convincing. After all, if even Ouroboros had faced such problems, what more an organization like Underworld? Then, what kind of remuneration are you prepared to give me in return for my help, Miss Yulan? Since guild leader Black Flame knows of the Holy City of Titan, you should also know of the value of a pass to the city. As long as we get through the entrance trial, I'll give 30 slots to you. How about it? Yulan said, gnashing her teeth in reluctance. A single pass could allow a maximum of 100 players into Titan City. However, the difficulty of Titan City's entrance trial was very high. With just her subordinates, she was unlikely to pass it. They needed the help of several powerful experts. Otherwise, she would not be willing to offer so many slots. That won't do. I want half. I can't help you if you don't give me half of the slots. Shifeng shook his head. Guild leader Black Flame, this is simply daylight robbery. I am only trying to borrow a few experts from your guild, yet you want half of the slots. I might as well rely on myself to get through the trial if this is your price, Yulan countered as she glared at Shifeng. She had never imagined that Shifeng would be so black-hearted. If Shi Feng were not someone known to keep his word, she would have long since sought out other experts. Then, she wouldn't have to give away any of her limited slots. Just paying some coins would suffice. Chapter 853, Entrance Trial. Yulan took a deep breath. In a very determined tone, Yulan said, "I'll offer 5 more slots at most." Based on her investigations, Titan City was an excellent location to nurture lifestyle players. Nowadays, the impact lifestyle players had on the game was increasing. The various large guilds were all investing heavily in lifestyle players in the hopes of nurturing many more powerful lifestyle players. It was especially true for forging and alchemy lifestyle players. In addition, enchanting, tailoring, engineering, and other fields were also becoming increasingly important in the game. If she could nurture a group of high-ranking lifestyle players, she could use them to earn large sums of money in the future. Hence, every slot to Titan City was of utmost importance, as these slots would become the capital for stabilizing and elevating her position in Underworld. I believe that Miss Yulan should have challenged the entrance trial once already. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come looking for me. So, I'm sure you are very clear about how difficult the trial is. It is not a problem that can be resolved easily with just a few more experts. If you fail all 3 challenges, then the pass will automatically become invalid. At that time, not to mention 50 slots, you won't even get a single slot. Shi Feng had no intention of changing his mind. The slots to enter the holy city of Titan were equally important to the candlelight trading firm. Moreover, the trading firm had many more members to nurture. A meager 35 slots were far from enough. Even if he missed out on this chance, at most, he would just have the Dark Gods Legion and the main force raid more 100-man team dungeons. In the various NPC cities in God's domain, even in imperial capitals, the only locations that could improve a lifestyle player's production success rate were workshops. However, Titan City was different. Aside from workshops, there were also research rooms meant for various lifestyle classes. Not only could these research rooms increase a player's improvement rate, but the production success rate increases were much higher than even in special workshops. As long as the candlelight trading firm nurtured a large number of advanced forgers and alchemists, it would be able to produce many more rare products, particularly strengthening devices and various items that increased fire and ice resistance. Since the time Shi Feng left Blackwing City, the selling price of the strengthening device at the Blackwing auction house only increased and never decreased. As long as the item appeared in the auction house, someone would immediately purchase it. Previously, he thought that 2,000 pieces would be around the amount the market could stomach. Now, however, it seemed that even the additional 3,000 pieces he had scheduled to sell would not be enough to satisfy the market's appetite. Even before these 3,000 strengthening devices sold out, he had already accumulated over 30,000 gold. He was earning far more than his initial projections. At this moment, Shi Feng could not help but wish he could make more strengthening devices. Obtaining the design for the item was not much of a problem. After all, he only needed to raid level 50 or above Great Lords to get them. With a godly skill like Divine Providence, 1 out of every handful of Great Lords he killed would definitely drop the design. The problem was that, even if he managed to obtain a large number of designs, the candlelight trading firm did not have that many advanced forgers to learn them. Are you absolutely confident of clearing the entrance trial? Yulan frowned. She had never imagined that Shi Feng would have such a deep understanding of the entrance trial. The difficulty of Titan City's entrance trial was greater than even that of a 100-man team dungeon. Otherwise, she would not have come looking for Shi Feng. She would have long since monopolized the entry slots herself. I won't say absolutely, but I'm at least over 70% certain, Shi Feng laughed. He had visited the holy city of Titan multiple times in his previous life, so he was very familiar with the holy city's entrance trial. The system set the difficulty of the trial based on the levels of the players undertaking it, so players would always feel that the trial's difficulty was the same, regardless of when they challenged it. Getting into Titan City depended on the overall strength of the team. With Zero Wing's current strength and his understanding of the trial, he was far more than just 70% certain of making it to Titan City. Yulan fell silent upon hearing Shifeng's words. Even with Underworld going all out, its chances of getting through the entrance trial was far from reaching 70%. Worse, if she were to attempt it with just her own team, her success rate would be 20% at most. Moreover, the pass gave only 3 chances to challenge the trial. She had already failed once. If she relied on her own team, it was simply impossible for them to get through it. Indeed, just as Shifeng had said, if she could not clear the trial, then this pass of hers would be worth nothing. Moreover, looking at Shifeng's calm and confident behavior, he did not seem to be boasting. Demand for advanced lifestyle players was continuously increasing nowadays. The sooner she could nurture more advanced lifestyle players, the greater the advantage she would hold in the future. She could not afford to sit still and wait for her team to grow stronger. In the end, Yulan could not help but sigh as she conceded, "All right. As long as you manage to clear the entrance trial, I'll give you 50 slots. However, I also have a condition. You need to clear the trial within 3 days. Deal. I'll have to make some preparations first. I'll contact you when the time comes." Shifeng's thoughts paralleled Yulan's. The sooner they entered Titan City, the better. Moreover, many rare designs were obtainable only at the holy city of Titan and nowhere else. Following which, the two of them established a contract between themselves. Shortly after Shifeng left, an assassin youth entered the VIP room. Fully garbed in silvery gray leather armor, this assassin should be roughly 18 or 19 years old, based on his appearance. However, his level was extremely high. He was actually level 38, far beyond the reach of ordinary experts right now. "Big sis Yulan, aren't we giving Zero Wing a little too much? That's 50 advanced lifestyle players we're talking about. Who knows how much money we'll have to spend to nurture that many advanced lifestyle players? Won't it be fine if we look to Heaven's Burial or the Star Alliance for help, instead? These 2 guilds aren't beneath Zero Wing in terms of strength. Moreover, we also wouldn't have to pay such a huge price if we employ their help." The assassin youth was very furious about the conditions Shifeng proposed. The Star Alliance and Heaven's Burial more or less possess a connection with Underworld. If we get them to help us, the possibility of the others from Underworld finding out about Titan City is very high. However, we won't have such a problem with Zero Wing, Yulan said, shaking her head. Besides, Zero Wing is filled with experts. They'll have a much higher possibility of clearing the entrance trial. Being able to enter Titan City securely is much more important than saving a few more slots for ourselves. Although the assassin youth did not make any further retort to Yulan's words, he inwardly still felt very dissatisfied. Back when they had entered the entrance trial, they had all been brimming with confidence. They had all thought that the trial was just a small matter. However, once the battle began, they found out that their thoughts had been too optimistic. The entrance trial was not something a 100-man team dungeon could compare to. The two were on entirely different levels. Even if Zero Wing's experts challenged the entrance trial, the outcome would be the same. White River City's library. After Shifeng entered the library, he immediately made his way to the top floor of the building. Compared to the last time he had come here, the security in front of Star Moon Hall was much stricter. Tier 3 knights filled the place. Even his identity as a demon hunter would not have gotten him entry into the hall. If not for his identity as a Count of White River City, the most he would have been able to do now was stand at the entrance of the hall. Walking inside, Shifeng was immediately greeted by the sight of the white-robed Charlene sitting before a table and quietly observing a floating crystal ball. Magic arrays encircled her as she radiated an incredibly powerful aura. Even Shifeng found himself paralyzed when bathed in this aura. A fourfold magic array. An expression of disbelief appeared on Shifeng's face. It would be understandable if this pressure he was feeling was due to a domain released by an NPC, However, Charlene did not have her domain out right now. This pressure he was currently experiencing was only a side effect of the mana gathered at the magic array. Just what kind of spell is this? It is actually this strong. At this moment, there was an image displayed inside the crystal ball. Meanwhile, this image was none other than the scene of the Blackwing auction house under the effects of space freeze. The crystal ball had completely locked onto the appearance and aura of the mysterious youth back then. His every action was clearly replicated in the crystal ball. However, when the mysterious youth vanished from Blackwing City, the crystal ball suddenly cracked and shattered into countless tiny pieces. In the end, the broken fragments of the crystal ball ignited into silver flames before disappearing into nothingness. Chapter 854, Ancient Spell. Soul Fire. Shi Feng's expression immediately tensed when he saw the burning flame. This was not his first time to encounter this flame. Soul Fire was a flame capable of causing great damage to players, inflicting extremely severe death penalties, even more severe than having their immortal soul absorbed. To put it simply, Soul Fire was a flame that players should avoid coming into contact with at all costs. As the crystal ball disintegrated into nothingness, the silver flames immediately transformed into a leopard over 2 meters tall. Burning silver flames covered the leopard's entire body, and wherever its forepaws stepped, the stone floor underfoot became molten magma. Anyone seeing this scene would feel their hearts shudder and would try to get as far as possible from the silver leopard. However, Shi Feng could not run away even if he wanted to. The oppression of the fourfold magic array aside, the leopard itself was an extraordinary level 200 mythic monster, the equivalent of a level 200 tier 4 NPC. Such a monster could instantly kill any current player. Even if Shi Feng were at his peak during his previous life, the only thing he could have done if he encountered such a monster was run away as fast as he could. Fortunately, this leopard formed from Soul Fire did not seem interested in Shi Feng. Instead, its pitch-black eyes stared at Charlene, who was lounging on a reading chair. In the next moment, the leopard transformed into a streak of silver light as it pounced at Charlene. The leopard was so fast that Shi Feng did not even manage to react before it appeared in front of her. "What a feisty little cat you are. I was just looking into your owner's movements, yet you actually came all this way to pick a fight," Charlene said, eyeing the silver leopard pouncing at her as if she was just looking at a cute little animal. Suddenly, her left arm turned into a blur as she grabbed the silver leopard by the scruff of its neck. In the next moment, something unbelievable happened. The silver leopard, which was originally over 2 meters tall, actually began shrinking at a rate visible to the naked eye, until it was no larger than a little kitten. No matter how hard it fought, it couldn't escape Charlene's grasp. The only thing it could do was bare its tiny fangs and swipe its puny paws at her while emitting threatening hisses. Following which, Charlene took out a crimson crystal ball and did a short chant. The silver leopard then transformed into a streak of light and entered the crystal ball. Trapped inside the crystal ball, the silver leopard still tried struggling, but its efforts were all for naught. It couldn't escape the bindings of the crimson ball. Shi Feng was incomparably stunned as he witnessed this scene from a distance. Charlene had actually just played around with a level 200 mythic monster as if it were a toy. Rather than a tier 5 red priest, she seemed more on the level of a tier 6 god. "So you've come." After Charlene was done dealing with the silver leopard, her golden eyes slowly shifted towards Shi Feng. Smiling faintly, she said, "After not meeting you for some time, I see that you've landed yourself in yet more trouble. Before you have even dealt with the matter of the Lord of Balrogs, you have earned yourself yet another curse. I really don't know whether you've been blessed by the goddess of fate, or fancied by the goddess of misfortune." "Cursed?" Shi Feng frowned. He then gave himself a thorough look as well as checked his status window. However, he did not discover any abnormalities with himself. "Don't bother. Ordinary mortals won't be able to detect it." Charlene shook her head lightly. She then walked up to Shi Feng. Stretching one of her flawless fingers towards him, she began drawing one line of divine runes after another. Like golden ribbons, the glorious, golden divine runes wrapped around Shifeng. As the number of divine runes increased, the mana fluctuations surrounding him began weakening. After a short moment, his surroundings were devoid of mana. This form of mana nullification was different from the silencing skills used by players, which only froze the flow of mana. What Charlene used thoroughly erased the existence of mana. With the absence of mana in his surroundings, Shifeng felt as if his brain was suffering from oxygen deficiency. Momentarily, his vision blurred a bit. His mind grew somewhat dizzy as well, his control over his body dulling slightly. But in the next moment, a silver chain with the thickness of a finger appeared, extending from Shifeng's chest. When this chain went beyond the mana nullification field, it quickly became invisible once again as if it had never existed. What's this? Shifeng could not help his surprise. This was his first time seeing such a situation. Moreover, with the appearance of this chain, he could clearly feel himself continuously weakening. This is your curse. This silver chain is a soul chain, and it is bound to your soul. You can consider this a parting gift that mysterious youth left for you when he escaped, Charlene said, her cherry-red lips hooking up into a smile. Chuckling softly, she continued, how about it? Are you feeling a little anxious now? Shifeng could not help but roll his eyes at Charlene. Even if he were stupid, he could tell that this curse was no trifling matter. A single mistake could very well send him to the netherworld. Problems related to the soul were the most frightening thing to players. After all, failure to deal with such problems would not end with just suffering a simple death. It was very likely that his entire account would be crippled. How could he not feel anxious? Can this curse be removed? Shifeng asked. In response, however, Charlene spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness. Even you can't remove it? Shifeng was far more shocked now. Charlene was definitely one of the strongest NPCs he had ever encountered in his entire gaming career in God's domain. If even such an NPC was incapable of helping him, one could just imagine what a stinking pile of trouble he had landed himself in this time. This thing here is a soul chain. It is a super spell that has been passed down since ancient times. I am not a god, so how can I possibly remove it? Charlene rolled her eyes at Shifeng. Snappily, she continued, however, you don't have to fall into despair either. There are two methods to remove this curse of yours. The first method is to remove the curse using force, while the second method is to kill the person who placed this curse on you. Since you can't remove the curse, the only option left for you is to kill the person who had cursed you in the first place. Shifeng was immediately rendered speechless. He wanted to, but did he have this kind of ability? Not to mention himself during his peak, even a Tier 5 Apex expert would have a small chance of defeating that mysterious youth. Most likely, only Tier 6 God-ranked players would be capable of dealing with him. However, God's domain was currently in its infant stages. There was not a single Tier 2 player in existence yet. So, just where was he supposed to find Tier 6 players? Relax, I'm not telling you to kill that youth yourself. With this weak, little body of yours, a sneeze from that person would blow you into smithereens. All you need to do is find his whereabouts. Charlene could not help but giggle as she eyed Shifeng's slightly ugly complexion. Although I've used a tracking spell, that person is extremely adept at hiding his trail. Even I can't locate him. However, you are different. The other end of the soul chain wrapped around your body is in his hands. As long as you follow the soul chain, you will be able to locate him easily. At that time, all you need to do is contact me. System, Legendary Quest, Lost Magic, accepted. Quest content, locate the youth who has cursed you. Rewards unknown. But how will I find him? If I'm not inside this magic nullification field, I won't be able to see the chain at all. Shifeng was inwardly at a loss for words after hearing the very simplified system notification. Chapter 855, Absorbing Soul Fire. Upon hearing Shifeng say so, as if she had long since prepared for this, Charlene promptly handed the crimson crystal ball with the silver leopard inside it to him. With your current standard, sensing the soul chain is naturally impossible for you. However, this thing here can help you, Charlene said as she pointed at the imprisoned silver leopard. This thing is a soul beast formed using soul fire. As long as you absorb its soul fire, you will naturally be capable of seeing the soul chain. Will I be able to control soul fire if I absorb it? Shifeng could not help but grow excited as he looked at the imprisoned leopard. But how can I possibly absorb it? It's a sentient tier 4 being, not a mysterious flame. Soul fire. It was the nightmare of countless players. Back at the dark den, Shifeng had witnessed the great demon nettle using soul fire to instantly reduce Discipline Paradise to level 0, forcing the Guardian Knight to restart his progress in the game. Meanwhile, soul fire could be categorized into two types, black destruction and silver creation. The one used by the great demon nettle was black soul fire, which possessed frighteningly destructive power. As for the soul fire before Shifeng, it was of creation. Although it was not as powerful as black soul fire in terms of attack power, it possessed the ability to alter and mend souls. Both of these two flames were mysterious flames that were exceptionally hard to come by. As far as Shifeng knew, no player had managed to control either kind of soul fire, even after a decade had passed in God's domain. If a player truly managed to control a soul fire, regardless of which type it was, they would become the nightmare of all other players. They would become an existence much more frightening than even a player capable of absorbing immortal souls. Now that Shifeng had a chance to absorb such a flame, how could he not get excited? Absorb a soul beast? Charlene laughed involuntarily. Are you tired of living? With your body, aren't you afraid of exploding? I'm having you absorb only the soul fire this soul beast is releasing right now. However, even if it is just radiated soul fire, there's no way you can absorb it with your current standard. The outcome will be the same even though you possess an immortal soul. I do know another method that can help you absorb the radiated soul fire. Only, you need to search for a mysterious flame to do so. Moreover, it needs to be a tier 2 mysterious flame at the very least. Otherwise, you won't be able to suppress the power of the soul fire and will end up burned to ash. Hence, the only one thing you need to do now is find a bunch of tier 2 mysterious flames. If you manage to absorb the soul fire, you will also be able to weaken the corrosion effect the soul chain has on your soul. That will buy you time to search for that mysterious youth. Otherwise, with the current state of the soul chain, you only have another 27 days before you become that person's puppet. Well, there's nothing to worry about even if you fail to find that person. At that time, I'll personally grant you relief, permanently erasing you from this world. At the very least, you won't have to become that person's puppet. I only have 27 days if I don't have the weakening effect of the soul fire. Shifeng frowned slightly. He had never thought that he would have so little time. Who knew where that mysterious youth had gone to hide? After all, the place the mysterious youth had disappeared from was Blackwing City. He could very well appear in any country in God's domain. He might not even be in any country in God's domain. He might have distanced himself far away from human society and traveled to a remote place like the top of the world. God's domain was simply too massive. Even with a chain guiding him, locating the mysterious youth in just 27 days was impossible. That's right. Hence, you need to absorb tier 2 mysterious flames or above and absorb the soul fire as soon as possible. This way, you'll have a little more time. Charlene nodded. Very seriously, she continued, all right, hurry up and go search for tier 2 or above mysterious flames. When you've managed to absorb one, come and find me. I'll tell you how you can absorb the soul fire. It's fine as long as it is a tier 2 mysterious flame. Saying so, Shifeng summoned the ice blue devil flame. A dark blue flame immediately manifested above his right palm, its appearance causing the ambient temperature to decrease gradually. To forgers and alchemists, mysterious flames were priceless treasures. Unlike top-tier weapons and equipment, which could be obtained easily through raiding dungeons and field bosses or completing quests, one needed to investigate every map carefully to locate a mysterious flame. Finding one within a short span of time was not a feasible task. Besides which, a Tier 2 mysterious flame was something capable of inciting a great war between various large guilds. It was not something that could be found in just 20-odd days. Even super guilds would barely be capable of such a feat. Fortunately, Shi Feng had known the exact whereabouts of the ice blue devil flame and had secured it for himself as soon as possible. Otherwise, this quest would truly be his doom. Thinking about it now, he had indeed made a wise decision to secure the ice blue devil flame back then. When Charlene saw the deep blue, burning flame, an expression of surprise appeared on her face. The ice blue devil flame, a Tier 2 mysterious flame. This is a flame that only places filled with death are capable of producing. Just how did you manage to obtain it? Charlene asked, greatly surprised as she looked at Shi Feng. I just happened to discover it when I was traveling by the 100 Ghost Forest. Shi Feng gave a casual reply. You really have been blessed by the goddess of fate. The 100 Ghost Forest was cursed by the legendary Black Witch. That Black Witch was a considerably amazing existence, and only a step away from becoming a god. The curse on the 100 Ghost Forest might not be a problem to a weakling like you, but to powerhouses, that place is an absolute forbidden ground due to the curse. Charlene could not restrain her laughter. Since you already possess the ice blue devil flame, then you indeed possess the qualifications to absorb the soul fire. There are two things you need to do when absorbing the soul fire. The first thing is control the ice blue devil flame and have it wrap around the radiated soul fire. You need to envelop the soul fire completely. There must not be even the tiniest of leaks. If you fail to do so and get contaminated by the soul fire, even though you are a heaven-blessed individual, you will similarly suffer. The second thing you need to do is the most crucial part when absorbing the soul fire. After you have completely contained the soul fire, you have to absorb it into your body. Afterwards, you need to fuse the ice blue devil flame with the soul fire. However, the soul fire is too strong. The fusion needs to be a certain ratio. If the proportion of soul fire is too high, the merged flame will damage you. If it is too low, you won't be able to display the power of the soul fire. Balance is a must. As for how to achieve that balance, you will have to depend on yourself for that. I will set up a magic array to carry out this fusion for you. While inside this magic array, you'll have an easier time guiding this fusion. Once you grasp that sensation, you'll have a much easier time wielding the soul fire's power in the future. After saying so, Charlene began reciting incantations as her hand drew line after line of divine runes continuously. A short moment later, the several thousand lines of divine runes drawn transformed into a golden fourfold magic array, brightly illuminating the entire hall. Alright, give it a try, Charlene said as she pointed at the golden magic array on the ground, an exhausted cast to her face. Evidently, forming this fusion magic array had not been as easy as she made it look. Chapter 856, Basic Control. Star Moon City, Teleportation Hall. A group of cloaked players suddenly appeared inside the building. Standing at the head of this group were an uncloaked young man and woman. The instant these two appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of many players. Aren't they Hell Fiend and Praying Lotus, experts of King's Return? Why would they appear here? As expected of a super guild. Their levels and equipment are simply too amazing. Both of them are fully equipped in level 35 dark gold equipment. That staff Hell Fiend is carrying is actually epic ranked. The difference between us is just too massive. I wonder when I'll be able to wear a full set of level 35 secret silver equipment. Could King's Return be looking to develop in Star Moon Kingdom? Experts of King's Return were practically big-time celebrities in the virtual gaming world. Not to mention, neither Hellfiend nor Praying Lotus had bothered to hide the special effects of their equipment. Hence, many players quickly managed to determine the ranks of the two's equipment, which immediately prompted a discussion among the onlookers as they cast envious gazes at the two experts. Currently, mainstream players had yet to reach even level 35. Only the elite players of large guilds had mostly attained this level. Being able to have a complete set of secret silver equipment was also a very amazing achievement already, yet these two experts from King's Return, a super guild, had already reached level 39. They even sported the current best weapons and equipment from head to toe. An epic weapon. This was definitely the first time these ordinary players had seen such an item. There had been no news of such a weapon appearing in the entire Star Moon Kingdom. One could just imagine how frighteningly powerful a super guild was. Hellfiend and Praying Lotus paid no attention to the looks they were receiving as they walked directly towards an outgoing teleportation array. Ha, look who it is. Hellfiend came to an abrupt halt, his gaze shifting towards an elementalist waiting to use a teleportation array. Hellfiend? Why are you here? The elementalist youth also noticed Hellfiend. Suddenly, as if something occurred to him, his expression immediately darkened as he asked, "Could you be trying to threaten Zero Wing?" "Sind, it seems your luck is quite good. You actually managed to find a trustworthy ally. However, don't celebrate too soon. Your fate has long since been determined. Nothing will change no matter how much you struggle," Hellfiend sneered in disdain. He then turned away and left. A trustworthy ally. Sind's heart hid his confusion as he looked at Hellfiend's departing figure. Could Zero Wing have rejected Hellfiend's offer? He had never seen Hellfiend lose his composure to such an extent before. Inwardly, he breathed out a sigh of relief. The goodwill he felt towards Zero Wing also increased significantly. Not many people would dare to resist King's Return, much less offend the Super Guild, just for a stranger. Hellfiend, are you really going to use the ancient book? Seeing Hellfiend's hurried steps, Praying Lotus anxiously advised, don't let your anger get to your head. Even if you utilize the ancient book's power, Sind Heart will still get that sum of money. At that time, you will have wasted the true value of the ancient book. Of course, I know this. Lotus, do you actually think I've let my anger overwhelm me? I haven't forgotten our primary goal in coming here. Although I said I was going to utilize the ancient book's power, when did I say that I was going to use it on Stone Forest Town? Hellfiend's mouth hooked up into an evil smile. At that time, whether it is Black Flame or Sind Heart, both of them will suffer. You're not using it on Stone Forest Town. While Praying Lotus was happy that Hellfiend was not letting his anger get the better of him, his words also confused her. Stone Forest Town was Zero Wing's treasure trove. If they destroyed the town, they could undoubtedly deal Zero Wing a severe blow, wiping away one of the guild's major advantages in Star Moon Kingdom. But if Hellfiend was not planning on using the ancient book on Stone Forest Town, just what was his intended target? You'll see when the time comes. Hellfiend smirked. Inside White River City's library, Shifeng continued to try to fuse the Ice Blue Devil Flame and the Soul Fire. However, the difficulty of merging two mysterious flames was extremely high. Despite numerous attempts, Shifeng still ended up with only failure. The first step of wrapping the Ice Blue Devil Flame around the small bundle of Soul Fire was no problem for Shifeng. At this point, Shifeng could control the Ice Blue Devil Flame like an extension of his arms and legs. Shifeng had already reached the Void Realm, so his perception towards his surroundings was already flawless. Hence, completely containing the Soul Fire was a walk in the park for him. However, the second step, which was the fusion of mysterious flames, was extremely difficult. Fusing the flames in the correct ratio was many times more challenging than threading a string through a needle hole. It was meaningless if Shifeng fused too little Soul Fire with the Ice Blue Devil Flame. However, if the proportion of Soul Fire was even a tiny bit too much, it would scorch him. At that time, Not only did he suffer excruciating pain, but he also fell into a weakened soul state, causing his basic attributes to decrease. Each time he got burned by the soul fire, he would lose 1% of his basic attributes. Although 1% was not much, after numerous failures, the accumulated amount was still very frightening. Currently, he had already failed 34 times in a row, which diminished his basic attributes by 34%. Fortunately, this reduction was not permanent, only temporary. Even so, he would have to wait 2 natural days to recover fully. This really is difficult. After experiencing many failures, Shi Feng had more or less identified the ratio required to maintain a balance. However, knowing the fusion ratio was one thing. Accurately fusing the flames in correct proportion was another thing altogether. In the future, if he had to go through a similar process to utilize the soul fire without the assistance of the fusion magic array, the difficulty would be more than 10 times higher. For example, if his permitted margin of error with the magic fusion array was at 0.1%, then without it, his margin of error would only be 0.1%. It would be significantly more difficult for him to utilize the soul fire's power. After all, players were not machines. They couldn't achieve such precision. It was the same even if Shi Feng's brain activity had already improved substantially. Only now did Shi Feng understand why, even after a decade had passed in God's domain, despite there having been a few God-ranked experts who had managed to obtain soul fires, not a single one of them had managed to truly control the soul fire they had. If he was already having so much trouble controlling just a strand of the soul fire's power, just how difficult was it to completely control the soul fire? However, after going through so many attempts, Shi Feng had also gained something else. And that was control. Before this, Shi Feng had only been focused on improving his control over his own body and the surrounding environment, always thinking of ways to push his 5 senses to their very limits. However, he had always done so through actual life and death battles. He had never truly calmed his heart. He had never noticed before, but now that he was paying attention he realized that his previous way of controlling his body and the surrounding environment seemed somewhat barbaric. Previously, he had been just like a sprinter, constantly placing an ultra-high load on his body while he fought. His control had no smoothness or flexibility whatsoever. However, after experiencing the fusion process multiple times, his control over his body had subtly improved. He could now extend and retract his power much more smoothly and naturally than before. This unexpected benefit overjoyed Shi Feng. He had never imagined that he would gain such a bonus from combining 2 mysterious flames. With the continuous improvement of his control, Shi Feng finally succeeded in merging the ice blue devil flame and soul fire on his 45th try. System, congratulations! You have gained basic control over the soul fire. You are now able to utilize the basic abilities of the soul fire. Chapter 857, New Class. Hearing the crisp sound of the system notification, Shi Feng let out a deep sigh of relief. He was supposed to challenge the holy city of Titan's entrance trial in 3 days. If his attributes had decreased any further, he would have to wait until he had fully recovered from the weakened soul state before he could do so. He did not wish to miss out on this opportunity to visit the holy city of Titan. With 50 slots to enter the holy city, he could get quite a number of intermediate alchemists and intermediate forgers promoted to advanced rank. If he let this opportunity slip by, who knew how much time and resources he would have to expend to nurture so many advanced lifestyle classes. Moreover, with these new advanced classes, he could greatly increase the production volumes of strengthening devices and ice and fire resistance items. In the current God's domain, the importance of lifestyle players was increasing by the day. For example, large guilds such as first-rate guilds initially nurtured their own lifestyle players. Now, however, in order to increase their competitiveness, these guilds had now begun to recruit lifestyle players as well. Moreover, the conditions they offered were exceedingly munificent. Currently, even ordinary lifestyle players received benefits equivalent to those of Guild Elite members. If their standard was sufficiently high, they could even receive a core member's treatment. This situation was something unimaginable a few weeks ago. As a result, players who originally intended to rely on field combat to get by in God's domain had started considering switching careers and becoming a pure lifestyle player, instead. After all, playing a lifestyle class had its own benefits. Only, the status of lifestyle players was not particularly high previously, and the treatment they received had only been subpar at best. Hence, most players would generally choose to fight monsters. Now that the situation had changed, players who did not excel at combat were exploring various lifestyle classes. With the large influx of lifestyle players into the market, the competition between lifestyle players had intensified further. The number of advanced lifestyle players was also much higher than before. If not for the candlelight trading firm having a massive advantage like the special workshop, which allowed it to attract and nurture plenty of talents, the trading firm would not have been able to maintain its position as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. Although Shifeng had long since anticipated this situation, he had never imagined that it would happen so quickly. Without the advantages the candlelight trading firm had accumulated before, as well as its possession of popular and exclusive products, the trading firms run by other large guilds would have surpassed it already. Based on Melancholic Smile's latest report, the heavenly trading firm opened by Heaven's Burial was growing the quickest. In just a short dozen days or so, Heavenly Trading Firm had become one of Star Moon Kingdom's 6 major trading firms. Recently, it even surpassed Overwhelming Smile's Overwhelming Trading Firm to become the second largest trading firm in Star Moon Kingdom. It was also precisely because of this demotion that Yulan was in such a hurry to enter Titan City. After all, when judging the strength of a trading firm, aside from products and traffic, the crucial factor would still have to be the number of advanced lifestyle players it had. Not bad. Now that you have basic control over the soul fire, you should have a much easier time searching for that person, Charlene said as she walked over to Shifeng. After thoroughly sizing him up, she nodded and added, unfortunately, with just basic control over the soul fire, you can only weaken the effects of the soul chain slightly. At your current state, you have roughly 54 days to find that person. However, as your control over the soul fire improves, the weakening effect it will have over the soul chain will also increase, and you'll gain more time to find that person. How can I improve my control over the soul fire? Shifeng asked curiously. Although he could tell that he had only basic control over the soul fire and hence still had room for improvement, the soul fire's introduction made no mention of how he could improve his control. Simple. Look for other mysterious flames and absorb them. The soul fire is no ordinary mysterious flame. The power of the ice blue devil flame can only allow you to exert the soul fire's power to this extent. If you wish to improve, you'll need more mysterious flames to suppress the soul fire. The higher the mysterious flame's tier, the better. However, tier 2 is the bare minimum, Charlene explained. I need more mysterious flames to improve. Shifeng was immediately rendered speechless. Mysterious flames were not bronze equipment. They were far from easy to obtain. There were indeed many mysterious flames located within Star Moon Kingdom. There were even several just within the region of White River City. However, the ice blue devil flame was the only tier 2 mysterious flame Shifeng knew the whereabouts of. He had no clue where to find the other tier 2 mysterious flames. Although Shifeng knew of the whereabouts of a tier 3 mysterious flame, that place was a secret location. Moreover, it was not somewhere a player of his current standard could go to at all. At the very least, he needed to reach level 60 or 70, as well as achieve his tier 2 class, to obtain that tier 3 flame. With just 54 days, accomplishing such a feat was simply impossible. It seems I'll have to have Aqua notify the guild members to gather information on a few mysterious flames as soon as possible, Shifeng thought to himself. A legendary quest was no laughing matter. Shifeng also did not think he was capable of finding the traces of that mysterious youth in his current state. The mysterious youth's strength exceeded Tier 5. Moreover, seeing as the quest provided him with a way to extend its duration, this indicated that this quest was not one he could currently complete. Just the difficulty of locating and obtaining a Tier 2 mysterious flame was no lower than an epic quest's. Based on the statistics players had collected on God's domain in his previous life, an epic quest took anywhere from a few days to 1 or 2 months to complete. For legendary quests, however, players could take anywhere from 2 or 3 months to even 3 or 5 years to complete. The system's main goal right now was to have him delay for time. If he could not locate a sufficient number of mysterious flames and failed to delay for enough time, it would be equivalent to him failing the quest. In the end, he would become someone's puppet. At that time, his only option would be to delete his account and start all over again. This was the frightening aspect of legendary quests. It was not something an epic quest could possibly compare to. Following which, Shi Feng shook the thought of the legendary quest out of his mind and calmed himself. He then began testing out the power of the soul fire. In the next moment, a silver flame appeared in each of Shi Feng's dark pupils. The feeling he gave off also changed abruptly. Previously, when Shi Feng intentionally hid his aura, he appeared to be as calm as the great ocean. When he was not hiding it, the feeling he gave others was like an unsheathed sword, sharp and domineering. Now, however, even though he had made no attempt to draw in his aura, he had an air about him that was similar to an iceberg's, silent and cold. One would shiver inadvertently when bathed in this aura. Not a hint of emotion could be found within Shi Feng's eyes. There was only cold rationality present. It was as if nothing in the world could affect his composure right now. Is this the power of the soul fire? Shock filled Shi Feng's heart as he observed his surroundings. Previously, when he activated the ice blue devil flame, the mysterious flame only increased the damage of his fire and ice-type skills. However, when he activated the soul fire, although he did not receive any improvements to his damage or attributes, his mind felt calm like never before, to the extent that he even found it frightening. Currently, everything in the world was just like data to him. Aside from absolute calm, the world before Shi Feng had also become silver and white. He could see no other color through his eyes. Meanwhile, in this world of silver and white, he could see the soul chain wrapped around his body very clearly. He could also see it extending out of the hall and beyond. Just as Shi Feng was thinking of testing this newfound power of his, the sound of a system announcement entered his ears. System announcement: a new expansion pack, Abyss Invasion, has been triggered. The Twin Towers Kingdom has been assaulted by the Abyss, and abyssal monsters have begun invading the surrounding countries. When the time comes, players can participate in the Abyss War. After accumulating a sufficient amount of merit, players can class change into a new class. Chapter 858, Fallen City. When the system announcement appeared, every player in God's domain was stunned. There was nothing surprising about the launch of a new expansion pack. After all, this was not the first time something like this had happened. However, the mention of a new class piqued everyone's interest. A new class being offered as a reward showed that this new class undoubtedly possessed an advantage other classes did not. If they managed to class change into this new class, they might receive warm welcomes from the various large guilds, just like those who managed to obtain hidden classes. This thought tempted a lot of players. Very quickly, many began planning to travel to the Twin Towers Kingdom to hunt abyssal monsters and earn large amounts of merit. Meanwhile, at the Twin Towers Kingdom's Snowfield City. At this moment, hordes of abyssal monsters, both in the air and on the ground, surrounded Snowfield City completely. The strength of these monsters varied, their levels ranging between 50 and 200. What current players could do against these monsters was very limited. Fortunately, Snowfield City possessed a defensive magic array that could easily envelop the entire city. As a result, the horde of abyssal monsters could only roam outside the boundary of the magic array and continuously bombard it with attacks. The sound of explosions echoing throughout the entire city instilled fear and despair in the players there. Can this magic array really hold? This is an NPC city's magic array. It should be able to. Otherwise, what will we players be able to do against those monsters? Just as the players inside Snowfield City were debating about the city's defensive magic array. Kachik! A crack suddenly appeared in the magic array above the city. Along with the appearance of this crack, the magic array also began destabilizing. Not good. The magic array is collapsing. Nobody knew which player shouted, but these words triggered a stampede as the players on the street fled for their lives. Every one of them rushed towards the city's teleportation hall in an attempt to leave Snowfield City. After all, these abyssal monsters were different from the ones found in the Abyss battlefield. The abyssal monsters in the Abyss battlefield were orderly, sorted based on their levels, and players could choose which area to go to, depending on their own strength. Now, however, even monsters with levels in the triple digits mixed in with level 50 monsters. With just their strength, the players would be killed instantly, losing a level. The hardships of leveling up were the pain of all players. Nobody wished to die a pointless death. They would have to spend several days recovering from such a loss. Ha ha ha. Let's see what Sindheart will do in this situation. Seated in the largest open-air restaurant of Snowfield City, Hellfiend laughed with great joy as he overlooked the entire city, a delighted look on his face. Immortal Light's base of operations was Snowfield City. If the guild wanted to earn large sums of money, it could only do so at Snowfield City. If Snowfield City were to fall to the abyssal monsters, the loss would not only uproot Immortal Light's foundations but also drag down the value of the city's lands. Nobody would want the lands here anymore. Even if Zero Wing kept its word and was willing to purchase those 5 plots of land, how much could the lands of a city captured by monsters possibly be worth? However, the thing that made him feel happy the most would still have to be the scope of the Abyss summoning. Not only did it cover the entire Twin Towers Kingdom, but it also affected several neighboring countries, including Star Moon Kingdom in the west. The Abyss summoning would definitely impact Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region, which also happened to be Zero Wing's territory. At that time, Zero Wing would similarly suffer, losing all the advantages it had piled up to the abyssal monsters. Hellfiend, we should leave as well. That magic array won't last for much longer, Praying Lotus said hurriedly as she looked at the gradually collapsing magic array in the sky. Relax. As long as you're by my side and neither of us actively attack those abyssal monsters, they won't try to attack us, Hellfiend said nonchalantly. Using the Abyss summoning, he had opened an Abyss passage. As a reward for his efforts, he had obtained a strand of the Abyss's power. To others, the abyssal monsters might be extremely dangerous. To him, however, these monsters were practically his allies. White River City's library, Star Moon Hall. The system announcement was repeated 3 times, the contents of the announcement resonating in Shifeng's ears. Hellfiend activated the Abyss summoning in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Shifeng was slightly surprised. Originally, he had thought his provocation would prompt Hellfiend to use the incomparably precious ancient book on Stone Forest Town. He had never thought that the Elementalist would give him such a surprise. Now, it would be somewhat difficult for him to take advantage of the situation. The Abyss invasion indeed posed an enormous threat to the country the invasion occurred in. Players residing in said country wouldn't even be able to level up normally. They would be forced to give up the leveling spots they were familiar with and head to safer locations, instead. However, this invasion was also an excellent opportunity for players to earn large amounts of merit. Merit could be used to exchange for large numbers of magic array and siege tool designs, as well as to increase guild popularity significantly. It also provided players with a huge opportunity with class changing into a new class. This new class was known as the Demon Blade Knight. Not only was it a class that possessed the characteristics of a berserker, making it extremely strong in melee fights, but it also had ranged attacking capabilities. Although the Demon Blade Knight was neither a match for the Berserker class in a melee nor a match for Rangers and Elementalists in a ranged battle, the combination of these two modes of attacking increased the class's survivability in battle significantly. After all, in both field battles and dungeons, bosses boasted a wide array of attack patterns. Dealing with these bosses with just a single mode of attack was not easy. Players who loved to fight both in a melee and at range would choose this class without hesitation. Just who is the fool who actually dared to open an abyss passage? At this moment, Charlone's complexion had turned extremely ugly, a wrathful flame burning in her eyes. Shifting her gaze to Shifeng, she said, "I have some matters I need to deal with. If you manage to absorb another mysterious flame, you can come here to look for me." After saying this, Charlone immediately disappeared from the spacious hall. It seems someone is out of luck. Seeing Charlone disappear, Shifeng could not help feeling some pity for Hell Fiend. How could the power of the ancient book sent from the abyss be that easy to obtain? God's domain was fair. Although the ancient book could grant a player power, this power came with its own risks as well. It would be fine if an NPC of the human race did not catch the player who had used the ancient book. The consequences of capture, however, would not be one bit inferior to the penalty for failing a legendary quest. Shifeng couldn't care less about the trouble Hell Fiend had just landed himself in, though. After all, he still had to thank him. Without these abyssal monsters, the members of his guild wouldn't have the opportunity to class change into a Demon Blade Knight. Following which, Shifeng quickly left the library and hurried back to Zero Wing's residence. Although he had previously received news that Sindhart was already waiting for him at the residence, he had wanted to absorb the soul fire as soon as possible. Hence, he had not gone to meet with him right away. Now that he had gained basic control over the soul fire, it was about time for him to meet up with Sindhart. Zero Wing's guild residence. How could this be? Inside the reception room, Sindhart was currently walking around aimlessly, a very ugly expression on his face. His thick eyebrows were tightly knitted together, his heart filled with anxiety. This was especially so after he received the message from his guild, which notified him that Snowfield City had already fallen into chaos. Many players had died horrible deaths at the hands of the abyssal monsters, and Snowfield City was no longer a place where players could reside now. Upon hearing this, Sindhart sank into deep despair. If Snowfield City had already fallen into such a state, then the lands of the city might as well be worth nothing. Just as Sindhart was trying to figure out a solution to his problem, Shifeng entered the reception room. Chapter 859, Design of Astronomical Value. At this moment, Shifeng was using his original appearance instead of disguising himself as Black Flame. When Sindhart saw Shifeng walking over, even his usually calm self grew slightly nervous. His reaction wasn't just because of the matter of Snowfield City. Rather, it was due to the massive pressure he felt from Shifeng like nothing before. The last time he had met Shifeng, he could clearly sense a hint of danger coming from the swordsman that made him feel as if he was standing before a ferocious beast. Now, however, instead of danger, he felt relaxed while standing in Shifeng's presence. He could not feel any threat coming from the swordsman at all. Sindhart had experienced many things since childhood, so he was very knowledgeable about one thing. The true danger was not the one that could be perceived but rather what could not be perceived. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Shifeng apologized. "Let's go carry out the exchange right now, then. Brother Yifeng, I wish to change the contents of our exchange. Will that be all right with you?" Sindhart said, having given the matter some thought. "Change the contents of the exchange?" Shifeng feigned surprise. "What changes do you wish to make?" "I believe Brother Yifeng must have already heard about what happened in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Currently, you could say that Snowfield City is already finished. The land there has naturally become worthless as well. Brother Yifeng, you've treated me so sincerely all this time, so I naturally can't take advantage of you," Sindhart said. He then took out a tattered, old drawing from his bag and unfurled it on the table. I've never told anybody about this item before. Originally, I had planned on using it to make a comeback. Now, however, I wish to sell it to you. At Sindhart's tense expression, Shi Feng shifted his gaze to the drawing on the table. Engineering locomotive. Shi Feng could not help his surprise. There were three major fields of expertise in God's domain, namely forging, alchemy, and engineering. Under normal circumstances, engineering did not play a particularly large role. However, as the level of expertise of engineers rose, the variety of items they could produce, which were of great importance to players, also increased. As a result, the value of engineers would also grow. One of the reasons why engineering became popular in Shi Feng's previous life was the need for mounts. Mounts played an extremely crucial role in a player's life in God's domain. However, common ranked steeds were simply too ordinary, both in terms of appearance and performance, and could not satisfy the needs of the general populace. Moreover, many players were independent, so they couldn't obtain a guild mount. Acquiring a mount through other means was also very difficult. As a result, engineering mounts became extremely valuable. Engineering mounts could be categorized into multiple ranks, with the lowest being bronze rank, and the highest reaching dark gold rank. However, the design for a dark gold mount was almost as rare as a legendary item. The materials needed to produce it were also extremely rare, making it difficult to mass-produce the mount. However, a bronze mount was different. Although the design for it was similarly very hard to obtain, the materials needed to produce it were not particularly rare. As long as one had a sufficient number of advanced engineers, one could definitely mass-produce bronze mounts. Meanwhile, the design before Shi Feng just happened to be the design for a bronze mount. Only field bosses had a chance of dropping this item, and even the luck attribute would not affect its drop rate. Meanwhile, its drop rate was lower than even that of Titan City's pass. Nevertheless, Sindhart had miraculously obtained it. Could this be the reason why he had managed to develop Immortal Light so quickly in the past? Shi Feng could not help but think back to the past. Despite being an upstart guild, Immortal Light's rise back then could match even Zero Wings of today. In the end, it had even managed to stand shoulder to shoulder with first-rate guilds. One of the main reasons why Immortal Light had managed to develop so quickly back then was its immense funding. However, nobody actually knew how Immortal Light had obtained that funding. Everyone had simply assumed that the guild had found a powerful backer. In hindsight, there was over an 80% chance that Immortal Light had obtained its funds by utilizing this engineering design. Only a bronze mount design could possibly help a guild earn that much money. Even the strengthening device was far from comparable. After all, the value of an item like the strengthening device would decline sooner or later. However, the demand for bronze mounts was inelastic. It was one of the necessities in God's domain. Its value was not something other tools could compare to. In terms of monetary value, a single strengthening device was currently worth around 10 gold. It would be fortunate if the item could sell for 4 or 5 gold once it became commonplace in the game. A bronze mount, on the other hand, was worth several hundred gold. Just a single bronze mount was worth dozens of strengthening devices. Moreover, one did not need to fear that a bronze mount wouldn't sell. How much do you want for it? Shi Feng asked as he looked at Sindhart. 20,000 gold. Sindhart stated after giving it some thought. 20,000 gold was enough for him to deal with the problems plaguing him. He could also use the money left over to migrate his guild's base of operations to a new location. I believe you should understand what kind of situation Snowfield City is currently in. It would simply be impossible for Immortal Light to continue developing in the Twin Towers Kingdom under the current situation. How about joining Zero Wing? Shi Feng asked in a low tone. Moreover, even if you all try to develop elsewhere, with a single word from King's Return, there won't be any place that will welcome Immortal Light's presence. However, if you guys join Zero Wing, you can realize your ambitions without having to worry about King's Return. What do you think? To Shi Feng, although the engineering design was important, Sindhart and his group of experts were much more valuable. Have us join Zero Wing. Sindhart immediately fell into deep thought. Judging from Hell Fiend's behavior before, he could tell that Zero Wing was truly powerful. After all, even someone like Hell Fiend could not do anything to Zero Wing. If Immortal Light joined Zero Wing, it would indeed allow them to develop safely without worry. However, Sindhart still shook his head as he said, Brother Yifeng, thank you for your kind intentions. However, I still wish to develop Immortal Light together with that band of brothers of mine. Shi Feng had expected Sindhart to reply in this manner. Hence, he offered another proposal, saying, if this is so, how about having Zero Wing invest into Immortal Light? Our side will ask for just 50% of your guild's shares. In return, Zero Wing will supply you all with large amounts of funding and resources. Aside from the 20,000 gold for the design, we'll grant you a starting capital of 50,000 gold, in addition to 30,000 magic crystals. Afterwards, we'll also continue providing you with coins and magic crystals. This much should be enough to let Immortal Light develop in any city. Zero Wing also won't interfere with Immortal Light's development. What do you think? Sindhart was momentarily stunned when he heard Shi Feng's offer. Brother Yifeng, you're joking, right? With this much funding, not to mention Immortal Light, even buying 50% of a second-rate guild's shares won't be a problem, Sindhart said. He felt both moved and shocked right now. Immortal Light was currently at its lowest point. Practically nobody felt optimistic about Immortal Light's future, much less want to invest into the guild. Before this, he had always heard other people mentioning how rich a guild Zero Wing was. He never imagined that the guild would actually be wealthy enough to casually throw out tens of thousands of gold and magic crystals. With this much funding, Immortal Light would be able to become a second-rate guild quickly. Chapter 860, Guild Expansion. Even after Shi Feng's lengthy persuasion, Sindhart remained silent, his hesitation reflecting in his eyes. Is that not enough initial funding? Shi Feng asked when he noticed Sindhart's pause. He didn't particularly mind the lost funds. Although he was tight on money at the moment, with the bronze engineering locomotive design, it would be incredibly easy to earn money. The only problem was that he lacked a large number of advanced lifestyle classes. Manufacturing the bronze locomotive was not easy. Not only was the manufacturing process complex, but it was also different from the method forgers used to produce weapons and equipment. Aside from needing a large number of engineers, forgers and alchemists were also needed to produce various components for the engineering locomotive. Even for the candlelight trading firm, it would be very difficult to mass-produce the bronze mounts unless it stopped producing everything else. In Shi Feng's previous life, abyssal monsters had not overrun the Twin Towers kingdom. Hence, even though King's Return had oppressed Immortal Light, the guild had a place to develop itself and nurture its own advanced lifestyle players. Now, however, that was not possible. No. It's more than enough. Only, Sindhart hesitated as he looked at Shi Feng. After considering the situation at length, he said, there is one thing that I am really confused about. Brother Yifeng, we are only strangers who met by chance. I have also earned King's Return's ire. Why are you so willing to help us? Immortal Light is an upstart guild, even weaker than a third-rate guild. There should be no reason for Zero Wing to sacrifice so much for us. Can you tell me why? If he claimed that Shi Feng's offer of initial funding did not tempt him, he would be lying. Even a first-rate guild would be greatly shocked by such wealth. Moreover, what had Immortal Light done to deserve such kindness? He was not particularly famous in the virtual gaming world. It was the same for his brothers in Immortal Light. There was no point for Zero Wing to go so far for them. Do you want to know the truth? Shi Feng laughed. If you're willing to tell me, yes. Sindhart felt as if he were dreaming. Naturally, he wanted to understand this situation. If Shi Feng's goal was the same as Hell Fiend's, even in death, he would refuse Shi Feng's offer. Alright. Since you wish to hear it, I'll tell you. I have 3 reasons. The first is that Zero Wing needs to expand to other countries. Unfortunately, Zero Wing has become too famous, and it is very easy for others to target our members, particularly God's domain's major powers. Zero Wing has already deeply ingrained itself in Star Moon Kingdom. It would be very difficult for those major powers to shake Zero Wing's foundation here. Even if they could do so, the price would be far greater than the gains. There is not a single major power in God's domain that is willing to pay that price. However, it is just as difficult to develop Zero Wing in other countries. None of these major powers will just stand by and do nothing as we expand into their territories. However, another way for Zero Wing to expand its influence is to develop an affiliated guild that won't attract these powers' attention. Immortal Light just happens to fit this bill. Your personality and potential are my second reason. I can tell that you've only joined the virtual gaming world recently. It is possible that God's Domain is the first virtual reality game you and your friends have truly experienced. The fact that you guys can obtain such strength in such a short period speaks volumes about your potentials. There is also the fact that you guys have managed to offend a super guild. Generally, it is very difficult for ordinary experts to do that. After all, the two are on entirely different levels. It is an extremely rare occurrence in the virtual gaming world. The third point is this bronze ranked design. It can offer Zero Wing significant profit. Each of Shi Feng's points was true. If Zero Wing wanted to grow stronger, expanding its influence to other countries was necessary. Shi Feng had spent a lot of time considering the matter. Beyond those 3 reasons, Shi Feng's strongest motivation was due to Sindhart and his companions. These people would all be top-class experts in the future. Even spending hundreds of thousands of gold to recruit them would be worth it, not to mention tens of thousands. However, Sindhart did not know this. Of course, these benefits are not without a condition. Shi Feng changed the topic. After obtaining these funds, if Immortal Light fails to take control of 3 or 4 major cities within 2 months, Zero Wing will take over the guild's management. After all, coins and magic crystals do not grow on trees. Hearing Shi Feng's condition, Sindhart's previously vigilant expression vanished as he quietly released a sigh of relief. Alright. No problem. I can assure you that, after obtaining this much initial funding, Immortal Light will obtain control of 4 major NPC cities within 2 months. If we can't even do that, I would be too embarrassed to face you, Brother Yifeng, Sindhart said earnestly as he patted his chest. Shi Feng simply shook his head and laughed. He was only trying to return the debt of gratitude he owed while taking the opportunity to recruit Sindhart to his side. He had never imagined that Sindhart would suspect him of ulterior motives, or that he would be forced to state conditions before the man would agree. There were only so many cities in a country. Now that God's Domain had launched some time ago, other guilds had occupied the various major cities throughout God's Domain. Even a second-rate guild would find it difficult to take control of 4 major cities within 2 months, not to mention Immortal Light, a guild that had recently been uprooted. However, Shi Feng did not mind. Regardless of whether or not Sindhart succeeded, Zero Wing would still make a profit. Following which, Shi Feng and Sindhart signed an agreement. Shi Feng then spent 20,000 gold to purchase the bronze engineering locomotive design. He also spent 3,000 gold to purchase the 5 plots of land of Snowfield City, paying far less than what they had initially agreed upon. In response, gratitude filled Sindhart's eyes when he looked at Shi Feng. He had never imagined that Shi Feng would keep to his word to such a degree. At this point, even if he tried to give them away for free, no one would want those lands. After all, one would have to pay the city the corresponding management fees after accepting the lands. Who would be willing to accept such a loss? However, Shi Feng did not feel as if he had taken any loss. On the contrary, he felt that he had made a huge profit. At the end of the day, the Abyss invasion was only an expansion pack. Sooner or later, it would be resolved. Although not all NPC cities affected by the invasion would recover to their peaks and would undergo some changes, as one of the Twin Towers Kingdom's top 10 cities, Snowfield City would recover. Other guilds might not be able to afford to wait, but Zero Wing could. Moreover, aside from being able to resell these lands for a high price in the future, Shifeng had an important purpose for these 5 plots of land. When the time came, aside from the bronze locomotives, the 5 plots of land in Snowfield City would earn him the most money. After Shifeng and Sindhart completed their trade, Shifeng hurried back to the Candlelight trading firm. As he prepared to produce the engineering locomotive, Aqua Rose called him. Guild leader, I've found Hellfiend's location. He is currently residing in Light City, the Glory Empire's imperial capital. Here are his current coordinates. Aqua Rose then sent Hellfiend's whereabouts to Shifeng. He sure moves quickly. Shifeng's lips hooked up into a grin as he read the coordinates. Even if you hide in Light City, you cannot escape. Chapter 861, Consecutive Upgrades. While the ancient book Abyss Summoning could bring a disaster to God's domain, it could also bring power to players. However, there was one thing that Hellfiend did not know. The power of that the ancient book could provide was not limited to protection from abyssal monsters or an increase to basic attributes while in a demonic field erected by abyssal monsters. Establishing a safe zone was the ancient book's true purpose. Inside the established safe zone, abyssal monsters would not actively attack players. This was the Forbidden Book's greatest value to players. Now that the Abyss Passage had been opened, not only had swarms of abyssal monsters appeared in the Twin Towers Kingdom, but Star Moon Kingdom would also be invaded. Fortunately, the abyssal monsters required some time to fly from the Twin Towers Kingdom to Star Moon Kingdom. Hence, Star Moon Kingdom was still relatively peaceful. When the abyssal monsters reached Star Moon Kingdom, the kingdom's players would suffer. Of course, Star Moon Kingdom wasn't the only country affected by the Abyss invasion. Twin Towers Kingdom's neighboring kingdoms and empires would similarly be affected. Only, they would not suffer as severely as the Twin Towers Kingdom. If Shifeng wanted an advantageous position during the Abyss invasion, the ancient book was a necessary item. Fortunately, the ancient book would drop upon death. Moreover, after Abyss Summoning was used, the ancient book could only be stored inside a player's bag. As long as he killed Hellfiend, he could obtain the ancient book. Now, Light City was the only problem. As an imperial capital, the city's security was incomparably strict. A level 180 Tier 3 NPC led every patrol group that roamed the city streets. If a player tried to cause trouble, these Tier 3 NPCs would kill them immediately. It seems I'll have to level up the Abyssal Blade. Shifeng felt somewhat helpless when he looked at his own attributes. To absorb the soul fire, he had temporarily sacrificed 44% of his basic attributes. Even if his attributes had been quite high, after such a huge decrease, his basic attributes could no longer compare to Apex Expert like Hellfiend. Furthermore, he had to kill the Elementalist inside Light City. Shortly after he had upgraded the Abyssal Blade to level 30, he had obtained the Sacred Sword Killing Ray. Hence, he had not rushed to upgrade the magic weapon. However, now that his attributes had dropped by so much, he had to upgrade the Abyssal Blade if he wanted to increase his combat power quickly. Following which, Shifeng entered the Candlelight trading firm and stored the engineering locomotive design in the trading firm's warehouse. He then grabbed some of the weapons Melancholic Smile had prepared for him previously before using space movement to leave White River City and reach the deserted Howling Moon Canyon. Howling Moon Canyon was a level 10 to level 20 leveling map. To current mainstream players, this map was far too low-leveled for grinding. Only newcomers to God's domain would come here. Howling Moon Canyon didn't offer particularly abundant resources either. There were also very few quests in this area. Hence, players rarely ventured here to level up, which made it a perfect location for Shifeng to upgrade the Abyssal Blade. I wonder what kind of commotion will happen with this upgrade. Shifeng carefully unsheathed the Abyssal Blade from the scabbard hanging at his waist. He then called up the Abyssal Blade system interface and chose to upgrade it. Compared to the upgrade to level 30, the Abyssal Blade required far more weapons to reach level 35. It needed 20 level 35 fine gold weapons and 3 level 35 dark gold weapons. To current players, level 35 fine gold weapons were top-tier weapons. Very few ordinary experts could obtain weapons of this rank. It was even more so for level 35 dark gold weapons. Even to large guilds, weapons of such caliber were exceedingly rare. However, without hesitation, Shifeng chose to sacrifice the level 35 fine gold and dark gold weapons he had prepared. Following which, the Abyssal Blade transformed into a dark cloud as 23 weapons flew out of Shifeng's bag and hovered around him immediately. A black magic array formed beneath Shifeng's feet. The pitch-black light that the array released shot into the sky. If one watched from afar, they would discover a pillar of light rise up from the canyon's forest. The 23 weapons then disintegrated and transformed into 23 balls of pure, golden energy that melded into the magic array. After the golden energy balls vanished, Shifeng heard chains snap. Following which, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the canyon, causing the monsters in the area to drop to the ground, paralyzed with fear. As if their lives had been stolen from them, the plants around Shifeng began to wither before eventually turning into ash. This phenomenon continued to spread, only stopping after it had extended 20 yards away from Shifeng. In the next moment, the Abyssal Blade reformed into a sharp, silver sword with engraved, crimson runes on its blade, radiating a faint bloodlust. The runes gave off a sinister feeling. However, Shifeng did not pay much attention to the changes that had occurred as he clicked the upgrade button once more. This time, to level up the Abyssal Blade from 35 to 40, although the number of sacrificial weapons had not changed, it now required level 40 weapons. To current players, level 40 top-tier weapons were utterly out of their reach. After all, even the number 1 players on Empire's ranking lists were only level 39. They were still far from level 40, not to mention obtaining level 40 dark gold weapons. Shifeng, however, had plenty of level 40 fine gold weapons. Previously, while farming for designs, he had killed tons of high-ranking field bosses. He even had a godly skill like Divine Providence to assist him. He had piles of level 40 weapons in stock. Hence, he could easily offer the Abyssal Blade the required 23 articles. The Abyssal Blade leveled up once more. Compared to the previous black magic array, a twofold magic array now appeared beneath Shifeng's feet. The array's radius had also expanded from the previous 15 yards to 45 yards. In the next moment, a massive pillar of black light appeared in the middle of the canyon. Even those standing at the canyon's entrance could see the pillar of light clearly, much less the players within the map. What's that? What's going on with those monsters? The players grinding in the canyon were momentarily stunned. The pillar of black light towered like a mountain. Everyone felt as if they were suffocating while they bathed in the pillar's pressure. It felt as if their fate were no longer in their own hands. Shortly after, the pillar of black light faded. However, before anyone could feel relieved, a deafening dragon roar shook Howling Moon Canyon. This roar was so powerful that it even frightened some of the weaker monsters to death. The players inside the canyon had not fared much better as every one of them slumped to the ground, trembling. Is there a legendary monster over there? Why don't we go take a look? It might be a fortuitous encounter or some kind of rare boss. If we can kill it, we might be set for life. Although the numerous parties were afraid, they were also excited. There were many fortuitous encounters in God's domain. One frequently read such stories being on the official forums. There were many cases where unknown noobs miraculously stumbled across a powerful treasure, instantly becoming a famous local expert. Either that or they could make a fortune from selling the treasure they obtained and gear themselves with powerful equipment, earning countless players' envy. Hence, compared to dying, the players in Howling Moon Canyon were more eager to obtain the treasure. This might very well be a turning point in their lives. At this moment, however, the source of the Pillar of Light was a disaster. Every plant and monster within a radius of 100 yards had been turned into ash. Currently, only one man and one sword resided in the center of this desolate area. Chapter 862, The Hidden Effect of Magic Weapons. After upgrading the Abyssal Blade twice in a row, the magic weapon's appearance had changed significantly. The sword was now pure silver with blood-red runes engraved across the blade. There was also a faint layer of black mist enveloping the sword. The hilt bore a miniature black dragon which looked astonishingly lifelike. Despite part of the sword's blade being buried in the ground, Shi Feng could feel a significant oppression from the weapon, even he felt slightly uncomfortable. Even after Shi Feng had firmly held onto the abyssal blade, the oppressive feeling still did not disappear. To think it would be so powerful at level 40. If I upgrade it 2 or 3 more times, I won't be able to wield it in battle. Shi Feng both rejoiced and felt helpless as he gazed at the silver abyssal blade. There were weapons capable of mentally oppressing players in God's domain. However, this was definitely the first time Shi Feng had seen a weapon that would also oppress its user. When expert players fought ordinary players, they could similarly exert a significant mental oppression. This mental oppression could dull an opponent's reactions and weight down their movement, which would, in turn, reduce their combat powers significantly. But against experts of similar standards, this mental oppression was practically negligible. However, the mental oppression that God's domain's weapons and equipment exuded was different from that of players. This kind of mental oppression resembled what players felt when they faced Grand Lord-ranked monsters. Not only could it dull players' thought processes, but it could also increase players' stamina consumption rate. It was precisely this reason that Grand Lords were so difficult to deal with. It was practically impossible to rely on numbers to defeat Grand Lords. Even expert players would suffer tremendously against a Grand Lord's mental oppression. It would be impressive if an expert could even exert 60% or 70% of their actual combat power. Yet, the mental oppression the Abyssal Blade released was stronger than that of Grand Lords. Even an expert of Shi Feng's level would squirm under this mental oppression, affecting their combat power slightly. Following which, Shi Feng tightened his grip on the Abyssal Blade and slashed at the empty space before him. Earth Splitter. Hua! A streak of silver light slammed into the ground, stretching out over 30 yards. When the light vanished, it revealed a deep trench in the ground wide enough to fit 3 people lying shoulder to shoulder. The trench was nearly 5 meters deep. Earth Splitter's power was now far stronger than when he had used the skill in the past. Moreover, swinging the abyssal blade also felt completely different. However, what shocked Shi Feng the most was the sudden burst of mental oppression when he activated his skill. Under this mental oppression, even an expert like Shi Feng would lose nearly 40% of his combat power. Weaker experts might even experience a 50% decrease. Factoring in the element of surprise, the mental oppression might even increase further. So strong. Sure enough, magic weapons are quite scary. Shi Feng was at a loss for words as he examined the Abyssal Blade statistics. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 1204. All attributes plus 72. Attack speed plus 20. Ignore levels plus 15. Attacks have 60% chance to cause 200% damage. 30% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 20%. If wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 4. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 40. Can be upgraded. Devour 30 level 45 fine gold weapons and 10 level 45 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 45. Equipment Tier 1. Can be evolved. Devour 10 mana crystals to evolve to Tier 2. Additional Skill 1, Phantom Kill, Tier 1. Instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 80% of the wielder's attributes and all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time. Duration, 1 minute, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional Skill 2, Abyssal Bind, Tier 1. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration, 4 seconds. Cooldown, 50 seconds. Additional Skill 3, 9 Dragon Slash, Tier 1. Instantly creates 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder's use. Each phantom sword deals up to 60% damage. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional Skill 4, Abyssal Curse, Tier 1. Prevents all targets within a radius of 30 yards from moving or attacking for 6 seconds and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there is only one target within range. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Additional Profound Inheritance, Black Emperor, Tier 1. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of Death Aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 10 seconds or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds. Maximum of 33 stacks of Death Aura. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 10 hours. The famed smith Aulus personally created the Abyssal Blade using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal Blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Unable to be destroyed. Purely regarding attributes, the Abyssal Blade was no longer weaker than epic weapons. Now that it had gained the hidden effect of exuding mental oppression, it was a tool for slaughter. It seems that I'll have to make some time to get used to this kind of mental oppression. Even now, when Shi Feng thought back to the burst of mental oppression that had occurred when he had used a skill, he was still somewhat afraid. If, when he faced a powerful enemy, this mental oppression affected him at a crucial moment, he would only have himself to blame if he lost the battle. However, when Shi Feng returned the Abyssal Blade to its sheath, the mental oppression vanished. Oh! Someone actually dared to come here. Just as Shi Feng was about to leave, he discovered someone attempting to sneaking up on him. This person was highly skilled with their stealth techniques. However, this person's light footwork was secondary. The frequency of this person's movements was crucial. This person had matched the rhythm of their footsteps to his own. Expert players were powerful because of their ability to push their body's 5 senses and power to its very limits. With heightened senses, even a player in stealth would not escape detection. After all, stealth only made a player invisible, it did not eliminate a player's presence. However, it was far more difficult for expert players to perceive those capable of matching their movement frequency. After all, a person's 5 senses mainly function to detect existences on different frequencies. It was very easy for a player to ignore those on the same wavelength. The assassin sneaking up on Shi Feng was actually capable of matching his frequency. Unfortunately, the strength difference between the two players was simply too massive. Despite having matched his frequency, Shi Feng detected the assassin easily. A pity, Shi Feng laughed. He then vanished from where he stood. Void steps. When Shi Feng disappeared, the young man, a level 18 assassin, dropped his jaw in shock, not daring to believe what he had just seen. A swordsman player had actually vanished right before his eyes. How did he disappear? Can swordsmen learn the stealth skill as well? The assassin youth ran to where Shifeng had disappeared from in an attempt to make sense of what had just happened. However, before the assassin youth came anywhere near his destination, his body froze with fright. By the time he realized it, a chilling, blue longsword had appeared at his neck. Had he taken another step forward, that blue longsword would have sliced his head clean off. Chapter 863, Audition. Brat, you sure have guts to run all the way here. Shifeng smiled faintly as he spoke to the stealthed assassin youth. At level 18, there was no way that he could make up for the massive difference between their attributes, regardless of how proficient he was with his stealth techniques. Shifeng had simply intended to leave the area. However, after discovering this assassin, he changed his mind. He had done so because he was impressed with this youth's strength. In the past, the youth had also been very famous in Star Moon Kingdom. The afterimage assassin, Soundless. Shifeng had encountered Soundless in the past. Soundless had garnered fame in the past due to the mess he had made of Ouroboros. Not only had Soundless targeted the first-rate guild, but he had also targeted its guild leader, Chao Qinghua. Soundless had actually succeeded in killing Chao Qinghua for a total of 3 times. This incident had humiliated Ouroboros thoroughly. It wouldn't have been so bad if Chao Qinghua's killer had been a well-known assassination expert in the virtual gaming world. However, a nameless assassin had claimed his life not once, but 3 times. After that incident, Ouroboros had tried furiously to get rid of Soundless. In the end, however, the guild had failed to do anything about the assassin. A single independent player had actually stood against a first-rate guild. This had been an incredibly rare occurrence even throughout God's domain, not to mention a small country like Star Moon Kingdom. As news of Soundless' achievement spread, many large guilds had attempted to recruit the assassin. Some guilds had even offered a portion of their shares to gain his membership. However, Soundless had paid no attention to the offers he received, refusing to join any guild. After some more time, Soundless started a journey through God's domain to challenge the various experts on the continent. Of course, he had not remained undefeated. However, even after a defeat, he had lost gloriously. After all, the victors had not been ordinary experts. Everyone was a top-class expert in God's domain, some were even old monsters from various super guilds. The assassin had earned those old monsters' favorable opinions and high evaluations. Some of those super guilds had even stretched out an olive branch in an attempt to recruit Soundless. After all, despite his age, Soundless already qualified to challenge those old monsters. Needless to say, his future would be brilliant. In the end, even the first-rate guild Ouroboros had no choice but to surrender and offer corresponding compensation. Soundless had become an idol that many independent players revered. However, Soundless had always mingled in Star Moon City. Shifeng had never imagined that the youth would appear in White River City. Now that he had encountered such an expert, Shifeng could not miss this chance to get acquainted. Currently, despite facing the pressure Shifeng exuded, Soundless showed no hint of fear. Rather, reverence filled his eyes as he looked at the swordsman. This was the first time Soundless had encountered such a situation. He had always been proud of his stealth techniques. Although he was only level 18, even level 35 guild elite players had failed to notice him when he stood beside them, yet despite being over 60 yards away from Shifeng, the latter had discovered him. Moreover, before he had realized it, a blue longsword had appeared against his neck. He felt as if he were dreaming. However, the icy sensation he felt at his neck reminded him that this was not a dream, but reality. Although Shifeng's level was much higher than his, he could tell that the gap between them was not simply a case of attributes. Even the gap between their techniques was despairingly wide. Brother expert, please don't misunderstand. I just came here to take a look. Soundless hurriedly explained as he faintly felt the longsword move forward. While there were many fortuitous encounters in God's domain, banditry was even more commonplace. When one encountered another player trying to plunder their fortuitous encounter, they would take out said player without hesitation. You came to take a look? Shi Feng laughed. He retrieved Killing Ray and said, all right, then. I believe you. However, you best stay far away from this kind of place in the future. Next time, you won't be as lucky. The youth had mistaken the turmoil the abyssal blade had caused as a fortuitous encounter. If not for Soundless' late timing, the abyssal blade's shockwaves would have certainly killed him. Soundless had wanted to respond, but Shi Feng had vanished before he could utter a word. This time, however, Shi Feng had not used Void Steps. Instead, he used the 7 Luminaries Ring space movement to return to White River City. Soundless was dumbstruck when he saw Shi Feng vanish, his reverence of Shi Feng growing even more intense. To come and go without leaving a trace, Shi Feng was even more of an assassin than an assassin like himself. So strong. I wish I had even half of his abilities. Zero Wings Yi Feng, is it? I must convince him to mentor me. After recovering from his momentary stupor, Soundless retrieved a return scroll and activated it. He planned to join Zero Wing right away. Previously, he had dismissed the idea of guilds, thinking that guilds' elites and experts were decent at best. However, after seeing Shi Feng's frightening performance, he finally understood how little he knew. Elsewhere, Shi Feng had no idea that his display had attracted the afterimage assassin to join Zero Wing. He had only intended to establish an initial connection with the youth and later attempt to recruit him gradually. After all, independent experts like Soundless had a lot of pride. In the past, even after super guilds had extended an invitation, he had rejected their offers. After returning to White River City, Shi Feng traveled to the teleportation hall and towards Light City. When Shi Feng arrived in Light City, he discovered a crowd of players in the teleportation hall. Every one of these players was extraordinary, with most of them being level 35 or above. One would not find a crowd like this in White River City or Starmoon City. Many players who had traveled to Light City were stunned by what they saw. Just as Shi Feng wondered how he should search for Hell Fiend, a sudden commotion across the street attracted his attention. King's Return's audition has begun. Let's hurry over and check it out. I heard that more than 1 million players are participating in this audition. There are over 6 million players here to watch. This is the grandest recruitment competition King's Return has ever held. I know, right? Right now, God's Domain is insanely popular. Even King's Return has made some slight adjustments to how many people they will recruit this time. Instead of recruiting 100 people like usual, they are recruiting up to 300. I even heard that the upper echelons will be here to observe the auditions. I heard that Hell Fiend, the newest adjudicator, will be watching. If I had even 1/3 of his abilities, I could secure first place. I'd get to enjoy the benefits of a core member. Keep dreaming. I'm not as greedy as you. I don't need 1/3, 1/5 will be enough for me. Swarms of players on the street were discussing the event. Recruitment competition. Shi Feng could not help his smile after overhearing these conversations. This is a good opportunity. Chapter 864, S-Rank Evaluation. There were not many super guilds in the virtual gaming world. As a result, the annual recruitment competition that King's Return, one of these few super guilds, held was a huge event in the virtual gaming world. In addition, due to God's Domain's launch, this event had become even more popular than before. However, its guild residents had far from enough space to accommodate the massive number of players participating in this year's assessment. Fortunately, King's Return had thought of a plan to deal with this problem. It would host the audition in the Divine Coliseum. Unlike White River City, Light City's Divine Coliseum had been constructed in the sky, above the imperial capital. However, the building had an ethereal form as if it existed in a different realm. The audition's requirements are intense this year. They require participants to reach the trial tower's 6th floor. I only reached the 5th floor the last time I challenged the trial. I wonder if I can pass through the 5th floor this time. I know, right? This requirement is simply too high. The most powerful player in my city has only reached the 6th floor. King's Return is not giving us a fair chance. As they arrived, players began to complain when the Ready King's Return's listed requirements. A player's level and equipment did not matter in the Divine Colosseum's trial tower. Only their techniques mattered. However, the trial tower itself was the most damning aspect as each attempt to challenge its floors cost 1 magic crystal. Magic crystals had always been a rare commodity in God's domain. Ordinary players had an extremely difficult time obtaining even one. Even expert players would only have a few on hand. Normally, players used every magic crystal sparingly, yet to prove their qualifications to take King's Return's test, they had to spend 1 magic crystal to challenge the trial tower. If, in the end, they failed to join King's Return, they would have suffered a huge loss. However, as the various players fell into heated discussions, a young man caught their attention as he entered the main hall. Adoration and envy filled their eyes as they watched him. This man was the host of this year's recruitment competition, Hell Fiend. He was also an adjudicator of King's Return. Even in the Super Guild, he was considered a top-class expert. He was also the role model they dreamed of becoming. While he had everyone's attention, Hell Fiend ran the participants through this year's competition rules. Following which, he entered a VIP room on the 2nd floor to watch the audition quietly. Hell Fiend, quite a number of experts are participating in this year's audition. As the competition's host, you should take the opportunity to recruit more high-potential newcomers. They might even become powerful allies, Praying Lotus, who sat beside Hell Fiend, advised as she looked down on the crowd. She had discovered several experts among the participants. Some of them had even reached level 38. To independent players, this was a very difficult feat. There were many factions in a super guild. Hence, the guild's upper echelons paid a lot of attention to the recruitment of fresh talent every year. It was also extremely difficult to obtain the rights to host the yearly auditions. Hell Fiend had only obtained the honor after all sorts of negotiation and trades. As the host, Hell Fiend had the opportunity to rope in the participants he had set his sight on after the competition had begun. After the competition finished, he even had priority in choosing potential newcomers. After undergoing special training, these newcomers would quickly join the ranks of King's Return's experts, some might even become core members. These people would be extremely useful to Hell Fiend in the future. Hence, he needed to consider his selections carefully. Relax. I've already investigated some of the powerful experts participating in the audition this year. I won't let anyone else obtain a single potential newcomer. Hell Fiend laughed confidently. If those old bastards knew that there were so many potential newcomers, they would regret trading with me. Before the King's Return's recruitment competition had officially begun, he had already sent his subordinates to scout the participants and make a list of the experts taking part in the audition. Among the numerous experts participating, 8 had caught his attention. Regarding either age or current strength, these 8 people had earned an S-rank evaluation on his list. In the past, 3 to 5 S-rank evaluations had been impressive. Now, there were a total of 8. Just thinking about it made Hell Fiend rejoice. To become this year's audition host, he had paid a tremendous price, even giving up his tablet slot. However, securing all 8 of these S-rank newcomers would definitely be worth the sacrifice. After all, it would be the equivalent of hosting 2 auditions. The people who had received an S-rank evaluation would go on to become top-class experts in the guild. Praying Lotus had been one of these S-rank newcomers. Now, she was one of the leading figures in King's Return's younger generation. Old bastards, just you wait and see. Sooner or later, King's return will belong to me. When Hellfiend thought about how he had not only foiled Sindhart's exchange today, but had also orchestrated the abyssal invasion of Starmoon Kingdom, an indescribable joy bloomed in his heart. It was true that he could not do anything about Zero Wing right now. However, those abyssal monsters could deal with the guild easily. He was very aware that devastation would follow those abyssal monsters wherever they went. Even Starmoon Kingdom would fall if it were invaded, much less White River City. In the end, the lands purchased Zero Wing had purchased would be worthless. However, Hellfiend had no intentions of letting Zero Wing go with so little punishment. To prevent Sindhart from obtaining that money, he had used up his most precious, ancient book. If he let Zero Wing get away with so little damage, how could he appease the anger in his heart? He still wanted to get rid of Black Flame and every upper echelon of Zero Wing. He wanted to remove Zero Wing's name from God's domain thoroughly. In the past, he had feared Black Flame somewhat. However, now that he had activated the ancient book and obtained its power, he was very confident that he could kill the swordsman. Just as Hellfiend congratulated himself, he received a message. Upon reading this message, his expression darkened. Has Zero Wing gone mad? A bloody glint flashed in Hellfiend's eyes. He wanted nothing more than to devour every Zero Wing member alive. Why are you so angry? What happened? Praying Lotus asked. Zero Wing bought those 5 plots of useless land. Now, Sindhart has collected the required money. Black Flame. I won't let you get away with this. Hellfiend bellowed, his voice was so cold that the room's temperature plummeted. How can this be? The abyssal monsters have already taken over Snowfield City. The lands are worth nothing. Are Zero Wing's upper echelons fools? Praying Lotus was shocked as well. She knew just how much money Sindhart needed. Zero Wing must be insane to spend that much money on 5 tattered lands. Lotus, we're leaving. Everyone in Starmoon Kingdom will watch as I end the Sword King's legend today. Hellfiend growled as he stood and prepared to leave. What about the selection? Praying Lotus hurriedly asked. The audition had already begun. I've already notified Ordinary Stranger. When the time comes, he will represent me in choosing those experts. Hellfiend refused to waste any more time. He rushed out of the room, intending to head towards Light City's teleportation hall. However, as soon as Hellfiend set foot out of the room, numerous black chains emerged from the ground and bound him, startling the adjudicator. He couldn't respond to the sudden development while he was restrained. Chapter 865, Clean Sweep. The instant the pitch-black chains bound Hellfiend, the elementalist released a low shout as he activated a control removal skill, breaking free from his restrictions. He then instinctively raised his staff and used Frozen Circle. A wave of cold air spread out to Hellfiend's surroundings. However, the cold air had failed to restrain the figure that had ambushed Hellfiend. On the contrary, the figure had moved closer. In the next moment, a streak of blue light slashed towards Hellfiend. Having no other choice, Hellfiend used his blink skill, vanishing and reappearing 20 yards from where he had stood in the corridor. At this moment, Hellfiend finally realized who had attacked him. It was a man hidden under a black cloak. The cloak's hood concealed the man's face, and he could only see a pair of black eyes. A silvery white flame burned in those eyes, making Hellfiend shudder. Despite the man standing in front of him, he couldn't even pick up the slightest tension or oppression with his 5 senses. It didn't even feel as if the man actually existed. Who are you? Hellfiend immediately realized that the man before him was no weaker than himself, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. If not for his sharp senses instantly detecting the chains that had emerged from the ground, this man would have likely killed him already. Still inside the room, Praying Lotus was similarly stunned. She had never seen such a foolish expert before. She had never imagined that someone would be so daring as to aim for Hellfiend's life here. Setting aside Hellfiend's combat standard, Light City was King's Return's main base of operations. Moreover, they were in the Divine Colosseum. The NPCs guarding this place were far more powerful than the NPCs patrolling on the streets. Every one of them was a level 200 NPC. Attempting to assassinate Hell Fiend here was nothing more than a suicide attempt. However, the Oracle Praying Lotus also reacted quickly as she began casting a spell to cover Hell Fiend. Meanwhile, the expert that Praying Lotus considered foolish was none other than Shifeng. Naturally, Shifeng understood the risks of attacking a player in the Divine Colosseum. However, those risks were exactly what he needed to increase his chances of success. Furthermore, he had chosen this narrow corridor on the second floor to make his move. Combat in such a cramped area was highly disadvantageous for a magical class. Hence, his chances of killing Hell Fiend here were much higher than if he targeted the Elementalist on the open streets or in the fields. In addition, the Divine Colosseum's NPCs were garrisoned in the first floor's main hall. By the time they discovered his attack and reached the second floor corridor, they would have wasted at least 10 seconds. They would need more time to react than if he had launched his attack on the streets. No answer. Then, die. Hell Fiend began to chant an incantation when realized that his attacker had chosen to remain silent, firing numerous frost arrows at Shifeng simultaneously. Inside the Divine Colosseum, he had an absolute advantage. Although the terrain worked against him, he didn't need to defeat Shifeng. He only needed to buy time until the NPCs arrived. He refused to believe that Shifeng could kill him in such a short time. Moreover, he currently had the Ancient Book's enchantment. He was confident of contending with his guild's old monsters, much less some fool with a few loose screws. In the next moment, the frost arrows flew through Shifeng's body and struck the wall behind him, resulting in a white explosion. Hell Fiend's expression darkened as he noticed that someone had appeared behind him. However, Shifeng had not revealed even a strand of killing intent. Despite reaching the Void Realm long ago, Hell Fiend had been slow by half a beat in discovering Shifeng. Just as Hell Fiend considered using Ice Barrier to protect himself. The Abyssal Blade was already unsheathed, and Shifeng used Blade Liberation and Chop against Hell Fiend. The Abyssal Blade's mental oppression while unsheathed was already extraordinary. After using a skill, the mental oppression increased by several times. Any ordinary player would freeze and fall in fear against such a powerful oppression. Even standing would be a difficult task. To an expert like Hell Fiend, however, although he had not frozen, the mental oppression still delayed his reactions. Although mental oppression could not distinguish allies from enemies, Shifeng had utilized the Soul Fire's power before using the Abyssal Blade. His mind was utterly serene. With the help of the Soul Fire's power, even the Abyssal Blade's suffocating mental oppression felt like a light breeze. The Abyssal Blade could not affect him whatsoever. As a result of Hell Fiend's delayed reactions, he allowed the Abyssal Blade to slice through Praying Lotus's magic shield and his frost shield without any resistance. Hell Fiend had no time to deploy his ice barrier as the magic weapon bit into his body. Blade Liberation's power had doubled Shifeng's strength and agility attributes. Even if Shifeng's attributes were currently weakened, his attack power was still higher than before. Even after the magic shield and frost shield absorbed a significant amount of damage from his attack, when his chop struck Hell Fiend, it achieved a critical hit and dealt -13,418 points of damage. To Hell Fiend, who only had around 11,000 HP, this single attack was enough to deplete all of his HP instantly. Just who are you? Watching his HP rapidly decrease, Hell Fiend turned his head to look at Shifeng, regret filling his eyes. If he had activated Ice Barrier from the very beginning, he might have held this man off until the NPCs had arrived, yet he had allowed his confidence of being in the Divine Colosseum to get the better of him. As a result, he underestimated his opponent's strength. However, no matter how much Hell Fiend regretted his arrogance, his body still collapsed to the ground. He dropped a piece of equipment and an ancient book as he died. Praying Lotus, who still stood inside the VIP room, looked at Shifeng grimly. She no longer dared to look down on Shifeng. This had all happened too quickly. She had never dreamed that Hellfiend would die like that, without even enough time to even activate Ice Barrier. Even if she relayed this story, nobody would believe her. However, this unimaginable scene had indeed occurred. Killing Hellfiend inside the Divine Colosseum might have seemed extremely foolish, but they had been the true fools. After all, how could an expert of such standard possibly accomplish such a suicidal assassination without at least some confidence of succeeding? Moreover, the burst of mental oppression that had suddenly appeared was simply too frightening. Even from so far away, her mind had still gone blank for a moment. If Shifeng approached her, only death would await her. Experts were experts because of their quick reactions. However, that kind of mental oppression had even slowed her thought process. In a battle between experts, even an instant of hesitation could be fatal, not to mention falling into a daze. Just who is he? Praying Lotus's mind rapidly shuffled through the well-known experts in God's domain as she watched Shifeng's cloaked figure. However, not one of the experts she knew of possessed a cold, ethereal aura like the man before her. She felt as if she were looking at an emotionless robot, rather than a human being. While Praying Lotus tried to guess Shifeng's identity, Shifeng hurriedly collected the equipment an ancient book Hellfiend had dropped. He then used space movement and departed from the Divine Colosseum silently. Shortly after Shifeng left, a group of level 200 guards wielding spears reached the scene of the crime. However, aside from Hellfiend's corpse, nobody else was present in the corridor. Moments after the guards arrived, a few curious players rushed to the scene as well. When they discovered Hellfiend's corpse, none of them could believe their eyes. Someone had killed King's Return's adjudicator in the Divine Colosseum. Chapter 866, Number 1 Bounty. Isn't that Hellfiend, this year's audition host? Why is he dead? What happened here? When the players attending the audition saw Hellfiend's corpse on the ground, the quiet corridor erupted with noise as they fell into a heated discussion. Who was Hellfiend? What was this place? Everyone knew the answers to these questions. Yet, Hellfiend had died here. News of Hellfiend's death in the Divine Colosseum spread like wildfire. Posts about the incident filled the front page of the Glory Empire's official forums. There were even commentary videos and photos showing Hellfiend's corpse. Instantly, this incident caused a commotion that swept throughout the Glory Empire. Every player in the Empire was curious about what exactly had happened. Inside King's Return's guild residence. Lotus, you were there. What happened? A dignified, middle-aged man sternly demanded after he finished reading the report he had received. This man was none other than the Thunder Sword of King's Return, Broken City, one of the Super Guild's upper echelons. Even the adjudicators had to treat Broken City with great respect. However, this was not only due to the man's status in the guild, but also because of Broken City's strength. The man was one of the strongest fighting forces in King's Return. Hellfiend's assassination was by no means a trivial matter. He had even died inside King's Return's territory. King's Return had become a laughingstock among the super guilds over this incident. This is the video I recorded. Praying Lotus forwarded her video, which displayed Shifeng's assassination of Hellfiend, to Broken City. In the video, Hellfiend had died almost instantly without any time to resist. This video made Broken City's eyes twitch in anger. He was very familiar with Hellfiend's combat standards. Theoretically, it was impossible for the young man to blunder so severely. If Hellfiend had not fallen into a daze for that brief instant, he could have survived that attack. Lotus, what happened during that instant? Broken City asked as he turned to the oracle with a serious expression. Although Praying Lotus had made a recording of the battle, there were many things that could not be felt through watching a video. He also did not think that Hellfiend would die such a foolish death. Following which, Praying Lotus relayed the events that had occurred in the corridor, particularly emphasizing the moment when Shifeng had attacked Hell Fiend. No matter how much she may have wanted to, she could never forget the feeling of that intense mental oppression. Even the oppression she felt from the guild's old monsters could not come close to Shifeng's. There had also been that sudden burst of mental oppression she had felt when Shifeng launched his attack. In that instant, that oppression had far surpassed even that of Grand Lords. During that moment, she felt as if she had been an ant, waiting for some monster to squish her to death. Mental oppression. Broken City's expression turned somber. He had never imagined that God's domain would have such an expert. He finally understood why Hell Fiend had died so easily. In a fight between experts, life and death could be determined in an instant. This fact could not be any more real than in a game like God's Domain. Lotus notified the players below immediately. I don't care what methods they use, they must find this person. Also, place a bounty of 20,000 gold on the man's head. Those who can provide clues leading to him can earn a reward of 100 to 500 gold. We need to show everyone that any player who dares to strike against King's Return and use us as a stepping stone will only find death. Broken City commanded. This assassination was a serious matter. This was the first time King's Return had suffered such a loss from an assassin outside of the Flower of Seven Sins. If they failed to display their strength properly, they would only become a laughingstock for other super guilds. Hearing Broken City's orders, Praying Lotus was shocked. 20,000 gold was no small amount. With this much money, they could easily hire a top-class expert from the Flower of Seven Sins. However, Praying Lotus also understood that it would not be easy to deal with Hell Fiend's killer. It would have been a different story if the other party had revealed their identity. The crucial issue was that the other party had not done so. As a result, they had to rely on his class and temperament to locate him. However, how large was God's domain? Just how many players did the game have? Moreover, God's domain was somewhat different from other virtual reality games. The game's experts were not only from the virtual gaming world. There was also a large number of real-life martial artists who had joined God's domain. After all, God's domain could be played without affecting one's daily life. On the contrary, it could give someone more free time, allowing them to do more with their life. The game practically extended one's lifespan. Who knew just how many unknown experts roamed about God's domain? Furthermore, even if they looked into the motive behind Hell Fiend's assassination, finding the killer would not be any easier. It would be a simple matter if that person had only killed Hell Fiend out of revenge or for a bounty. However, what if the player had done so to gain fame and prove his strength? There were countless players in God's domain who would be so daring. This would be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Such incidents often occurred every day. There were some who used guilds to become famous, while others used well-known experts to become famous. It was typical for players to use super guilds experts to garner fame. Moreover, such incidents had occurred many times in the past. Among them, the most famous case regarded Silver from the Flower of Seven Sins. Silver had used the upper echelons of several super guilds to build his fame. Although these super guilds had tried to retaliate, they were all helpless against the man. Aside from Silver's personal strength, he had extremely powerful backing. In the end, the various super guilds had been forced to compromise. However, unlike Hell Fiend's killer, Silver had not hidden his identity. Hence, the only way they could possibly locate this killer was to offer an astronomical bounty. Shortly after, news regarding the Bounty King's return had announced spread throughout God's domain. The bounty of 20,000 gold stupefied everyone. The previous top player on the bounty list had only been worth 8,000 gold. This was, by far, a new record in God's domain. King's return is insane. That's 20,000 gold they're talking about. If I had that much money, I wouldn't have to work for the rest of my life. This is too cool. If a super guild placed a 20,000 gold bounty on me, I could die with pride. But why isn't there a mention of the target's name? Silver fire burns in both of his eyes. He also has a chilling vibe about him. Why don't we call him Frost Eye? Frost Eye. That sounds like a fitting name. A chilling aura and silver eyes. I can picture that person easily with that name. After the bounty had gone public, it was all many players throughout God's domain could talk about. Many also started to idolize Shifeng. For countless players, both Hellfiend's strength and his background were unattainable. Now, however, a mysterious expert had slain a powerful existence like Hellfiend. Moreover, as everyone thought that the nickname Frost Eye was rather fitting for the image King's Return had published of Shifeng, the nickname spread like wildfire. As a result, another top-tier assassin had emerged in God's domain. His name was Frost Eye. However, Shifeng, the incident's culprit, was clueless about this as he had long since returned to the candlelight trading firm in White River City and was carefully studying the ancient book. Chapter 867, Ancient Abyssal Book. Inside the quiet advanced forging room, Shifeng was in an ecstatic mood. He had never imagined that combining the abyssal blade and the soul fire's effects would be this powerful. Initially, he had prepared a trump card to finish Hellfiend off. He had never realized that he could defeat the elementalists so easily by relying on the abyssal blade's hidden effect. With this power, he would even be able to contend with old monsters like Sirius without activating Twofold Berserk. Twofold Berserk was his final trump card. He would not use it unless he ran out of options completely due to the severe side effects. If he had to endure a weakened state for a long time, he could easily fall prey to his enemies. However, the abyssal blade's mental oppression was not significantly limited. He could utilize it at any time. The only drawback was that the abyssal blade's mental oppression also affected Shifeng, but fortunately, the soul fire allowed him to remain calm and in control. Unfortunately, now that he had used the abyssal blade's effect on Hellfiend, he would have to be more careful when using the magic weapon in the future. While he was not afraid of King's Return's retaliation, he was afraid of others realizing that he possessed the ancient book. Hence, he had hidden his identity when he killed Hellfiend. The ancient book's power was no trifling matter. It could also enable him to make a massive fortune. Although current players still knew nothing of the ancient book's treasure, various quests would appear along with the abyssal monster's invasion. This would, in turn, lead to players gradually learning about the ancient book and the book's true value. While he was not afraid of anyone attempting to steal it from him due to his confidence of defending the book, he was afraid that, if others learned that he had the ancient book, someone would report him to the War God's temple. Now that the Abyss Passage had opened, the War God's temple would need the ancient book's power to reseal the passage. If someone provided evidence to the War God's temple proving that the ancient book was in his hands, the temple's NPCs would hunt him down. If that happened, he would be a wanted man throughout the continent of God's domain. At that time, his life would be over, not to mention losing the book. The punishment for possessing the ancient book would not be as simple as dying 1 or 2 times. In the past, players who had been caught using the ancient book had all their attributes permanently decreased by 500 points, lost 10 levels, and had their reputation in all human cities decreased by 500 points. Players had found it difficult to enter the cities in which they had not earned any reputation points as their relationship with the city's NPCs had been hostile. If players wanted to enter the city, they had to make up for the negative 500 reputation points first. When Shifeng took out the forbidden, ancient book, a black mist instantly enveloped the room. Such powerful demonic energy. Shifeng frowned. Previously, he had not experienced any such phenomenon when he had picked up the book. Now, however, just taking the book out had filled the room with demonic energy. Even after he returned the book to his bag space, demonic energy leaked from his bag. Although demonic energy was mana, it was an extremely violent mana. Players who remained inside demonic energy would find it difficult to stay calm. Moreover, players' reactions would become sluggish inside demonic energy. To abyssal monsters, however, being surrounded in demonic energy felt like heaven. After all, not only would demonic energy allow them to grow stronger, but it would also increase their reaction speeds. However, the worst part about demonic energy was that it would attract abyssal monsters. Now that abyssal monsters had invaded the Twin Towers Kingdom, it was inevitable that Star Moon Kingdom would be affected. At that time, the demonic energy seeping from his bag would act as a beacon in the darkness when Shifeng ventured out to grind. Swarms of abyssal monsters would hunt him down. Moreover, the ancient book could only be stored inside a player's bag space after it had been activated. He could not store it anywhere else. However, while Shifeng's headache grew while he tried to find a solution to deal with the demonic energy leaking from his bag, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, congratulations. You have obtained the ancient abyssal book. Do you wish to wield the book? System, after becoming the wielder, you can gain initial control over the ancient abyssal book's power. However, an abyss imprint will be placed on your body. If the War God's temple discovers you, you will receive a severe punishment. So, this is the issue. Shifeng could not help but release a sigh of relief. Immediately, he clicked agree. Currently, he was in sore need of money. Aside from the money he needed to provide mounts for his guild members as they reached level 40 and the funds he had promised to Immortal Light, his head ached over the money he still needed to build his city. Although the strengthening device netted him quite a profit, the money earned was simply not enough to build a city in a short period. After all, they could only produce so many strengthening devices each day. It would also become cheaper as time passed. As for the bronze engineering locomotive, it required a large number of advanced lifestyle players to manufacture. Nurturing these advanced lifestyle players alone would require a hefty investment. It would still be a long time before he could profit from the engineering locomotives. Hence, after all was said and done, the ancient abyssal book was the fastest way to earn money. Due to the abyssal monsters' appearance, many players were attempting to kill these monsters to earn merits. However, killing these monsters was not easy as those on the front lines were generally high-level creatures. Low-level abyssal monsters, on the other hand, usually resided deep inside captured territories. Players had no choice but to circle around the high-level abyssal monsters and sneak into these captured areas if they wanted to earn any merits. Unfortunately, sneaking into these captured areas was time-consuming as there were no teleportation points in the cities. Players also had to avoid high-level abyssal monsters carefully. Even with a mount, the journey would be an exhausting one. Furthermore, fights against abyssal monsters were taxing on weapon and equipment durability. When one ran out of durability, they would have no choice but to return to an NPC city, wasting even more time and energy in the process. Hence, those without great determination would not obtain the new class. On the other hand, if a player focused fully on class changing to the new class, they would fall behind in terms of levels and equipment. Yet, the amount of merit one gained, more or less, corresponded with the level of the abyssal monster one killed, with higher-leveled abyssal monsters granting more merits. This was where the ancient abyssal came into play. The ancient abyssal book could be used to set up a barrier. Abyssal monsters would not actively cross this barrier, so players were safe inside. If he established a barrier in an area with low-level abyssal monsters and set up a teleportation magic array, he could allow others to teleport to the area safely. He wouldn't have to worry about the abyssal monsters destroying the teleportation array. Afterward, he only needed to collect teleportation fees. The teleportation halls in the various NPC cities made even more money than the auction houses. In God's domain, there were various ways to save money such as purchasing fewer consumables and avoid purchasing better equipment if unnecessary. However, there were two expenditures that one could not avoid: repair fees and teleportation fees. The appearance of a new class sorely tempted players. There were also other rewards available. If one claimed to be uninterested in merits, they would be lying. Meanwhile, to save precious time, these players naturally would not mind spending a little more money. Operating a teleportation magic array required magic crystals. A single magic crystal could teleport roughly 20 people. Even if he only charged 4 silver coins per person, he would be swimming in money in no time. After solving the problem of the demonic energy, Shifeng left the candlelight trading firm secretly. Wearing a black cloak, he rode an advanced horse carriage towards the teleportation hall and traveled to the Twin Towers Kingdom's capital. Now that the Twin Towers Kingdom had fallen, the originally lively atmosphere in the capital had cooled completely. At this point, only a few players around level 20 roamed the city. Most of the people on the streets were NPCs. Chapter 868, Abyss Town. This place is certainly deserted. Aside from noticing a few players in the teleportation hall, Shifeng rarely came across any other players, even as he walked the trade area streets. It was hard to imagine that there were once millions of players living in this city. Now that the Abyss Passage had appeared, the kingdom's other cities had long since fallen, only the Twin Towers Kingdom's capital had withstood the invasion. The abyssal monsters had transformed the various cities into nests. Players couldn't level up safely in the fields anymore. Hence, the majority of the players in the Twin Towers Kingdom had migrated to neighboring kingdoms and empires. Moreover, due to the Abyss invasion, teleporting from the Twin Towers Kingdom to other kingdoms and empires was now free of charge. Players did not need to worry about being buried with the Twin Towers Kingdom. Although the Twin Towers Kingdom was the abyssal invasion's main target, the surrounding countries had also been significantly affected. As a result, the Black Dragon Empire experienced a flood of refugee players, causing the empire's player population to soar. The capital's shops were completely void of players. However, although there were only a few players left in the city, none of the guilds who owned the lands here had any intentions of selling them. None of them were fools. The Abyss Passage's activation was simply an expansion pack. The kingdom would soon revert to its original state. They wouldn't sell their lands rashly and hurt their opportunities in the future. However, Shifeng had not come here to purchase land. Immediately, he searched for a deserted area and used space movement, traveling towards Snowfield City. After abyssal monsters had invaded the Twin Towers Kingdom, every other city's teleportation hall had been rendered unusable, aside from the capital cities. If one wanted to travel to these cities, they had to do so on foot. Although Shifeng had a mount, it would take over a week to reach Snowfield City from the capital. Hence, space movement was the fastest method. If players wanted to earn merits by killing abyssal monsters, Snowfield City was the best location to do so. This was because the most dangerous location was also the safest. Although Snowfield City was where the Abyss Passage had opened, the high-level abyssal monsters that had emerged had long since wandered off. The abyssal monsters remaining in Snowfield City could be considered the lowest-leveled bunch. Players had discovered this after experiencing multiple abyss invasions. Meanwhile, Shifeng needed to find an optimum location to set up a teleportation magic array. After that, money would flow into his pockets without him having to lift a finger. As Shifeng used space movement again and again, the abyssal monsters he teleported close to ignored him as he was the ancient abyssal book's wielder. As a result, he arrived before Snowfield City safely. Snowfield City had already become an abyssal nest. Abyssal monsters patrolled the city. He could also see many abyssal monsters cultivating the surrounding forest, using the reclaimed land to grow various abyssal plants. The Abyss Passage was a short distance away from Snowfield City, and situated beside the passage was a tall fortress hovering in the air. Beneath the flying fortress was a town composed of abyssal monsters. Inside this town, one could even see abyssal monsters trading with each other. Without hesitation, Shifeng rode the demonic flame tiger into that monster town. The Dark Abyss was not only home to bloodthirsty monsters. There were also many intelligent life forms in the abyss. Like the humans of God's domain, the abyss's intelligent life forms had their own towns and cities. Demons were one of the intelligent abyssal monsters. However, it was practically impossible for humans to enter these towns and cities safely. Only the wielder of the ancient abyssal book could explore these places. As soon as Shifeng arrived at the town's main entrance, two 10-meter-tall, dark gray level 200, tier 3 demons blocked his way and scrutinized him carefully. Only after noticing the abyss imprint did they allow him to enter the city. As Shifeng entered the town, he noticed that many demons had set up stalls on either side of the street. The items they sold could not be found in any human cities. Very quickly, however, a shop run by a tier 3 demon caught Shifeng's attention. There was a massive amount of mana source ore piled up in front of the shop, exciting Shifeng. I never expected to find this for sale here. I've struck gold this time. Shifeng immediately strode over to the shop. Mana source ore was an extremely rare ore in God's domain. It was used in producing high-rank weapons and equipment. If this item appeared on the market right now, players would fight over it. Mana source ore only appeared in areas with intensely dense mana. However, there were extremely few locations with high-density mana in God's domain. The Dark Abyss, on the other hand, was filled with violent demonic energy. Hence, mana source ore could be purchased cheaply in the Dark Abyss. Mana source ore's main purpose was to improve the power of the crafting flames, allowing forgers to better refine materials. Not only could stronger flames improve one's refining speed, but it could also increase the success rate. Hence, the various large guilds were desperate to obtain mysterious flames. However, mysterious flames were simply too rare. The only other option was mana source Oregon. When the shopkeeper noticed Shifeng enter his shop, a gentle expression appeared on his sinister face as he said, "My shop has the best prices around these parts. May I know if anything has caught your interest? How much are you selling the mana source ore for?" Shifeng casually inquired. The basic mana source ore costs 3 silver per ingot, while the intermediate ore is 10 silver per ingot. The shopkeeper smiled as he glanced at the pile of mana source ore outside of his shop. "Oh. You have intermediate mana source ore, too?" Shifeng asked curiously. Mana source ore fell into 4 ranks: basic, intermediate, advanced, and special. On the continent of God's domain, even basic mana source ore was quite rare. Basic mana source ore could upgrade a flame's power to tier 2. Of course. See those blue ingots inside the glass cabinet? That is the intermediate mana source Oregon. When burned, it can upgrade the flame to the tier 3 standard. At that standard, producing epic weapons and equipment won't be a problem, the shopkeeper explained as he pointed at the deep blue ingots. Excellent. I want all of the mana source ore you have. Shifeng nodded. Sir, this is your lucky day. We just recently restocked. We have 30,000 ingots of basic mana source ore and 2,000 ingots of intermediate mana source Oregon. That will cost a total of 1,100 gold, the shopkeeper excitedly reported. What a profit! Shifeng was instantly ecstatic when he heard this price. It was no wonder why the ancient abyssal books wielders in his previous life had all been extremely rich. Back then, a 1 basic mana source ore ingot could sell for anywhere from 50 to 60 silver, while the intermediate version could sell for around 3 gold. Even so, very few players had been willing to sell their ingots as forgers had treated the mana source ore like a priceless treasure. Chapter 869, Monster of Legends. Sir, this is all the mana source ore that we have in our shop. Please confirm the amount, the demonic shopkeeper said after stacking numerous crates of mana source ore before Shifeng. After tallying up the total, Shifeng stored the crates in his bag space. If he resold all of the mana source ore, he could easily make dozens of times what he had paid for them. He could only dream of how rich the book's wielders had been in the past. When will you restock? Shi Feng asked. We've only recently restocked. It will be roughly another 10 days before the next shipment arrives through the Abyss Passage, the shopkeeper explained. He then added, although this little shop has now sold out of mana source ore, we still have plenty of rare products. I believe that you will find them to your liking, sir. Glancing at the other products in the glass cabinets, Shi Feng shook his head. Although there were many rare products on display, the profit he could make off of them wasn't anywhere near what he could gain from the mana source Oregon. However, as Shi Feng was about to leave, a blood-red pendant caught his eye. Abyss Pendant, Fine Gold Rank. Although this item did not provide any bonus to attributes, many players had dreamed of obtaining it in the past. Generally, the item would only drop from high-tiered abyssal monsters, and its drop rate was horrendously low. Despite being so rare, this pendant only had one function. Fixed teleportation. After marking a location, one could use the pendant to teleport there. Fixed teleportation's cooldown lasted 5 hours, and only one location could be marked at a time. Even so, it was an extremely valuable pendant. After all, players hated travel more than anything. Unfortunately, due to problems such as equipment durability and running out of consumables, players had to return to cities often to resupply. It was extremely troublesome to travel back and forth constantly. Hence, it was easy to imagine why so many valued the Abyss Pendant. In the past, this Abyss Pendant had been one of the main reasons to farm abyssal monsters. How much are you willing to sell that pendant for? Shi Feng pointed to the Abyss Pendant. You have great eyes, sir. This is our shop's main attraction. The shopkeeper smiled. He then took the Abyss Pendant from its cabinet and said, if you are interested in purchasing it, I can sell it for 5,000 gold. Shi Feng frowned when he heard this price. A single epic item only cost around 2,000 gold, whereas epic weapons cost around 5,000 to 6,000 gold. In the past, people had only spent around 3,000 gold to purchase Abyss Pendants. Although the pendant's fixed teleportation was a convenient ability, there was one downside, its long cooldown. After reaching level 40, players would have mounts, saving a massive amount of time when traveling. For distances that one could cross in 5 hours or less, fixed teleportation was a waste. If the cooldown could be reduced from 5 hours to 3 hours, the Abyss Pendant might be worth nearly 8,000 gold. Time was money. To any expert in God's domain, time was far more valuable than gold. Seeing Shi Feng's dimming interest, the shopkeeper hurriedly advised, Sir, are you sure you won't consider it? This pendant is extremely hard to obtain. It is highly unlikely that you will come across another one anywhere else. Shi Feng pondered his choices as he stared at the blood-red pendant. The Abyss Pendant was extremely rare. Even if he farmed high-tiered abyssal monsters, the chances of one dropping were abysmally low. Moreover, this could be considered an advantage the system gave the Abyss Ancient Book's wielder. Alright, then. I'll take the pendant. In the end, Shi Feng decided to purchase it. Although the 5-hour cooldown was a big problem, he needed the Abyss Pendant right now. Moreover, he had a way to shorten the pendant's cooldown. The pendant would be worth far more after he did so. Shi Feng spent another 5,000 gold to purchase the Abyss Pendant. He then left the abyssal town, searching for a suitable location to set up a teleportation array. This was the nest of abyssal monsters. Unfortunately, there were far too many abyssal monsters nearby. If the players without an abyss imprint ventured this far, a swarm of abyssal monsters would slaughter them. Hence, he needed to choose his location for the teleportation array carefully. Time flew by. After spending over 3 hours searching, Shi Feng finally found a suitable teleportation point in the middle of a valley. The valley was relatively far from the abyssal town, and the surrounding abyssal monsters had spread out. Moreover, few abyssal monsters wandered the several paths leading out of the valley, and those that did were not high-leveled. This area was perfectly suited for God's domain's current players. Even if one were not an expert, they could easily survive if they formed a party. Following which, Shifeng began to set up the teleportation point. In God's domain, the most troublesome aspect of establishing a teleportation array was producing the array itself. Fortunately, if one had already produced the required components, setting it up was much easier. Just as Shifeng was about to use the ancient abyssal book's power to establish a barrier, a sudden commotion shook the valley. A pillar of black fire had emerged in the valley's center. Even from the valley's entrance, Shifeng could see the pillar of fire quite clearly. Soul fire. Shifeng recognized the black flames with a glance, and he could not help his shock. What is going on over there? Soul fire was not a trivial matter. Its appearance signified that an intensely powerful monster lurked in the area. At the very least, the monster had reached the Tier 4 standard. To current players, a Tier 4 monster was practically invincible. It was not something that should be provoked. However, before Shifeng could investigate, several explosions shook the valley, the center's ground caving in and forming a gigantic pit. Following which, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the valley. Shifeng even unconsciously trembled. A dragon? Shifeng wanted to flee the area immediately. Dragons were symbols of strength and violence in God's domain. They were the natural-born rulers over the game. Even higher beings like demons and angels feared dragons. The appearance of a dragon was cataclysmic. Just as Shifeng considered leaving, he suddenly noticed several dozens of players floating up from the forest's floor. These players had formed a gigantic, golden magic array that covered an extensive area. How are there players here? Shifeng was astonished. Snowfield City had already fallen to the abyssal monsters, becoming a nest. Theoretically, players should have long since fled this place. Suddenly, a dragon with a wingspan of over 100 meters suddenly flew up from the gigantic pit, its silver scales shimmering in the sunlight. The instant the dragon appeared, Shifeng realized how powerless he was. Although this silver dragon was smaller than the frostbone dragon, in terms of power, the two were on entirely different levels. The pressure the silver dragon radiated was many times stronger than Shifeng's abyssal blade when he used a skill. If not for the distance between Shifeng and the dragon, he would even struggle to stay standing. However, just as the silver dragon was about to escape the golden magic array, the magic array launched countless, golden chains, binding the dragon's limbs and wings. Chapter 870, Legendary Figure. When the silver dragon landed, the sky darkened as a gray mist enveloped the area. Shifeng had still considered leaving this place. However, after seeing the gray mist envelope valley, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Just who are these people? Curiosity bloomed within Shifeng as he looked at the flashing, golden magic array in the distance. Regardless of the other players in the valley or why they were here, Shifeng was shocked to see the gray mist. This was the Tier 5 curse, Dark Sanctuary. When activated, the spell would trap a fixed space within a barrier. Unless one destroyed the barrier or the caster removed the spell, no one could enter or leave the barrier. Moreover, under this Dark Sanctuary, players could not contact the outside world. Even teleportation tools and skills were useless. Gritting his teeth, Shifeng dashed towards the dragon. The valley was not large, thus, the dragon was not far. With Shifeng's speed, after running for a dozen minutes or so, he reached an area of dense forest near a lake. The silvery gray dragon, bound in golden chains, stood proudly in the center of the lake, releasing one roar after another. The lake was roughly 400 meters across. With the dragon standing in the lake, it seemed like a small pond. Every time the dragon slashed its claws, it created massive waves that washed over the surrounding forest. Silver Dragon, Tier 5. Level 220. HP. Slash. The Frostbone Dragon Shurfeng had faced in the Abyss battlefield paled in comparison to this silver dragon. With a single swing of its claws, the silver dragon could easily exterminate the Frostbone Dragon. This was because the Frostbone Dragon was not actually a member of the dragon race. Rather, it was an undead creature that had taken on the appearance of a dragon. It did not possess the power of the real thing. Shurfeng also noticed dozens of players standing around the lake, continuously bombarding the silver dragon with various attacks. These players' levels were quite impressive, with the lowest among them being level 38 and the highest reaching level 39. Including the players maintaining the magic array, it was obvious that this was a 100-man team. Currently, only super first-rate guilds and super guilds were capable of dispatching a team of such caliber. Moreover, it was impossible for current players to deal any damage to the silver dragon, yet these players had managed exactly that. Although their damage was not high, with each of their attacks dealing 1 to 2,000 damage. These players were also coping with the silver dragon's attacks fairly well, dodging every avoidable attack possible. For attacks that could not be evaded, the team's 5 MTs worked together to protect the other players. Theoretically, even a light snort from the silver dragon could end these 5 MTs' lives, yet even after blocking an attack from the dragon's claws, all 5 survive, being thrown backward and taking damages of -7,000 points each. To these MTs with over 17,000 HP, the damage was bearable. What a powerful magic array! Shurfeng's attention was on the golden chains around the silver dragon's body. Shurfeng could feel faint divine might radiating from those chains. Although the divine might was not on the level of the chains of order, it had no problem suppressing a tier 5 dragon. With the golden chains binding it, not only was the silver dragon's mobility restricted, but its strength was also notably suppressed. This was also why these players could stand against the silver dragon. Otherwise, the dragon would have undoubtedly killed them already. As these players fought the silver dragon, Shurfeng quietly watched from a distance. Oddly enough, not one of these players wore a guild emblem. They were all certainly independent players. Shurfeng found it hard to believe that such a large group of independent players could achieve such a high levels and possess the strength to contend with the silver dragon. However, when Shurfeng's gaze fell on the man leading this 100-man team, he was flabbergasted. That man wielded a crimson longbow. Based on his appearance, he should be in his 30s. He had a handsome face and a well-toned body that resembled a cheetah. His entire being also exuded a certain nobility, as if he ruled over all. Why is Owl here? Shurfeng watched the leading ranger, not believing his eyes. This man's player ID was not actually Owl. Rather, it was the name of an adventurer team. In the past, independent players had formed many adventurer teams throughout God's domain. The Midnight Tea Party had been among the most famous. Like the Midnight Tea Party, Owl had been a top adventurer team. However, unlike the Midnight Tea Party, Owl had possessed many members. The entire adventurer team had around several hundred players. Meanwhile, the combined combat power of these players had been enough to instill fear into super guilds' hearts. Moreover, unlike the Midnight Tea Party, which had not had a fixed base, Owl had successfully established its own city. A super guild had even attempted to raid Owl's city. However, after sending hundreds of thousands of players, the super guild returned without success. After the war, Owl had garnered fame throughout God's domain and ranked as one of the game's top adventurer teams. Owl's creator had been none other than the man before Shurfeng, White Knight. During his peak, White Knight had been capable of defeating 2 Tier 6 God-ranked experts from super guilds in a 1-on-2 fight. Tier 6 God-ranked players had long since reached the very peak of God's domain in terms of weapons, equipment, and combat techniques. Beating one of these players in a 1-on-1 battle was already immensely difficult, not to mention winning a 1-on-2 fight. It's no wonder why Owl had been so impressive. Shurfeng was at a loss for words as he watched the silver dragon's HP decrease, bit by bit. Although he knew that some quest was responsible for Owl's ability to stand against the silver dragon, the fact that these players had encountered such a quest in the first place showed just how extraordinary Owl was. Moreover, the longbow, chest armor, and shoes that White Knight wore radiated the special effects of epic ranked items. It was likely that one could only find such an array of items on an old monster from one of the super guilds. However, those old monsters had the support of countless players. On the other hand, Owl only had several hundred players, yet they had obtained such powerful weapons and equipment. This was simply inconceivable. Look out for its breath attacks. White Knight suddenly shouted as he noticed the silver dragon open its mouth. The other team members immediately spread out, avoiding the area in front of the silver dragon. Dragons generally needed time to prepare a breath attack. However, they did not need long, roughly 2 or 3 seconds. Moreover, Breath's attack range was quite wide. If players attempted to evade after a dragon's breath attack had begun, they would likely be caught in the attack. However, as soon as the dragon began to move its jaws, White Knight had ordered his team to move as if he had a perfect understanding of the beast's movements. In the next moment, a beam of silver light smashed through the forest, obliterating everything in front of the silver dragon. The beam dug out a long, 8-meter-deep trench, the lake's water pouring in to form a river. Despite the strength suppression, the silver dragon could still alter the terrain with a single attack. Dragon's power was undeniable. Yet, despite the silver dragon's immense power, under White Knight's command, the entire team emerged unharmed. As time quickly passed, the damage the team inflicted on the silver dragon compounded, diminishing the silver dragon's HP. Everyone, keep it up. This dragon is almost done for. White Knight shouted excitedly as he saw the silver dragon's HP bar turn red. Chapter 871, The Ring of Legends Restlessness. As the silver dragon's HP reached a critical low, Shifeng turned and fled from the dragon. Shifeng even activated Windwalk, transforming into a blur as he dashed through the thick forest. Dragons should not be provoked. Even with the suppression from an extremely powerful magic array, they were still terrifying creatures when they went berserk. Shifeng understood that, with the golden magic array's suppression, the silver dragon was as powerful as a level 50, tier 3 great lord. However, dragons were not normal monsters. Dragons were even higher on the food chain than fallen angels. Based on Shifeng's estimations, the silver dragon would reach at least tier 4 after going berserk. A level 50, tier 4 monster was not something current players could contend with. Owl's 100-man team would, at the very least, have to consist fully of tier 2 players to stand any chance against the monster. Although Shifeng had stood roughly 400 yards away from the silver dragon, he had felt the danger he was in. Hence, he fled desperately, distancing himself from the dragon. When Shifeng was over 500 yards away, the silver dragon bellowed angrily. "Damnable ants! You dare to ruin my plans! I'll blast you all into oblivion." As if he had predicted the dragon's next move, White Knight shouted to his team as the silver dragon's voice echoed through the valley, "Everyone, retreat from the boss's sides. Frozen Dream, prepare to use the tier 3 magic scroll." A beautiful, white-robed level 39 female elementalist standing a short distance from White Knight nodded to the ranger's command. She then retrieved a deep blue magic scroll from her bag. The instant she revealed this magic scroll, the surrounding mana surged towards the item. After its threat, the silver dragon's wings shook. The golden chains around its body shattered instantly. Following which, the silver dragon's body darkened to a pitch black. A short moment later, the layer of darkness on the dragon's body flowed like liquid into the now empty lake. The creepy black liquid had a metallic luster. As the liquid slid from the silver dragon's body, it caused the surrounding mana to grow violent and transform into demonic energy. The silver dragon abruptly fell to the ground and lost consciousness. However, as it fell asleep, its HP began to recover at a rate visible to the naked eye. This is the main objective. Remove the magic array. Everyone, be careful of that thing. White Knight's mouth curled into a smile as he commanded his team to surround the pool of black liquid. Frozen Dream, get ready. Although Frozen Dream did not know what was about to happen, she did not hesitate to unfurl the blue magic scroll and chant the incantation inside it. An aqua-blue magic array formed beneath the elementalist's feet as mana rapidly collected around her staff. The power she exuded was no weaker than a great lord. In the next moment, the black liquid formed into 101 black-armored, human warriors. These warriors' height and weapons varied, with some wielding swords and others wielding spears. There were also some who wielded crossbows, short bows, and long bows. Their tiers were also different. Some were common monsters, while some were elites. The most powerful among them, however, was a two-handed saber-wielding humanoid chieftain. These monsters were unanimously level 50. In addition, the human warriors shared one special characteristic. Their system interfaces listed them as mutants. When Shifeng saw this, he couldn't believe his eyes. Mutants were enemies of all life. Moreover, they were not bound by the system's restrictions in terms of level or region. They could grow independently and roam through God's domain as they wished. Although these warriors' tiers were not particularly high, a single common mutant could rival a lord-ranked monster of the same level, while an elite mutant was as strong as a high lord. A chieftain mutant's strength approached that of a grand lord. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg. As time passed and these mutants devoured and killed more monsters and players, their strengths would rapidly increase. In Shifeng's previous life, a single level 80 common monster that had become a mutant had been enough to torment an entire country. Meanwhile, a total of 101 mutants had just appeared. If they were allowed to live and grow, these mutants would annihilate every player in every country neighboring the Twin Towers Kingdom before the abyssal monsters got anywhere near them. Suddenly, White Knight shouted, "Now!" Almost immediately, the Frozen Dream waved her staff and pointed it at the recently formed humanoid mutants as she activated her Tier 3 magic scroll. Extreme Frost Field. Suddenly, everything within 150 yards of Frozen Dream transformed into a frozen wasteland. All 101 humanoid mutants froze as well. When activated, the Extreme Frost Field would instantly freeze all enemies within 150 yards for 10 seconds. In addition, all enemies in the area would suffer the Deep Cold debuff, which decreased their movement speed and attack speed by 50% and increased the frost damage they received by 100%. Extreme Frost Field was a large-scale control spell, and in terms of magic scrolls, it was only inferior to summoning spells and large-scale destruction spells. Without a sustainable control removal skill, both players' and monsters' combat power would be limited under the effects of this spell. Excellent. Charge. White Knight stretched his bow into a full moon as he smiled at the frozen mutants. Shio. 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 Instantly, 5 arrows carrying the power of Frost 5 common mutants' vital points. -715. -697. -1424. -708. -1417. When the 5 damages appeared, everyone gasped. My God! Are those really common monsters? Their defense is higher than a level 50 Great Lords. Every team member was shocked. Even White Knight frowned when he saw the minimal damage, his expression turning grim as if he had not expected this development. Everyone knew how powerful White Knight's equipment was. He had a total of 3 epic items, one of which was his weapon. In addition, his epic ranked chest armor could reduce the level requirement of all items by 5 levels. Hence, aside from his epic items, White Knight's equipment was all level 40 dark gold equipment. Yet, even with such a high-end weapon and equipment, his frost arrows had only dealt around -700 damage. This was even after the deep cold debuff had increased the frost damage the mutants received by 100%. Meanwhile, the common mutants had 1,500,000 HP each, while the elite mutants had 4,800,000 HP. As for the largest humanoid mutant, it had 15 million HP. Even if these mutants stood there and did nothing, it would take a long time for their team to kill all 101 of these mutants. Don't panic. We knew that this quest wouldn't be an easy one. Kite the elites and chieftain first. We'll deal with these monsters one by one. Try to conserve as much of your stamina as possible. White Knight commanded after he readjusted his mood. He knew exactly what they needed to do right now. Meanwhile, Shi Feng, who stood far from Owl's 100-man team, stared at the unconscious silver dragon. Strangely, the fragmented legendary ring on his finger was reacting to the silver dragon. Chapter 872, Repairing the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Under White Knight's encouragement, his team overcame their worries and started moving to separate the mutants from each other. However, just as a shield warrior was about to a still frozen common mutant's aggro, the frozen effect, which should have lasted 10 seconds, disappeared. As if it had been planned, 6 common mutants quickly and seamlessly surrounded the level 38 shield warrior, flanking him from all sides. They then launched extremely precise, vicious attacks. Although the shield warrior tried to dodge, the mutant's attack speed was frighteningly high. It took the shield warrior all he had to dodge 2 mutants, much less 6 mention 6. Even after using his shield to defend himself, 2 mutants broke past his shield and struck. The shield warrior lost nearly 10,000 HP from both attacks, over half of his HP had vanished in an instant. As the shield warrior considered retreating, 4 mutants charged forward and grabbed at him, restraining him. He could not even execute a skill to shake the mutants off. As for the remaining 2 common mutants, they laughed sinisterly as they thrust their weapons into the shield warrior, again and again, causing the shield warrior to scream with agony. As if they were performing for the players, the mutants took their time in killing the shield warrior. Although the other OWL members tried to save the shield warrior, the other mutants had coordinated to keep them at bay. The mutants' damage was also quite high. Even with a constant stream of healing, the shield warrior could only watch as his enemy hacked him to death. His eyes contained an endless fear as he passed away. Everyone's hearts grew cold as they watched, consumed by fear. Were these monsters really monsters? This thought penetrated the players' minds. They had never seen monsters coordinate so perfectly before. Aside from having a large variety of skills, the greatest advantage players possessed was their ability to cooperate, using their strengths to make up for their companions' weaknesses. This allowed players to challenge bosses of higher levels and tiers. If monsters grasped this ability, players would lose over half of their advantages. Everyone, maintain your distance from these monsters. Don't let them surround you. White Knight hurriedly shouted. Although he was also shocked, he reacted quickly. He finally understood just how difficult this quest was. However, the mutants had no intention of giving White Knight and the others any time to recover from their stupor. Splitting into multiple, smaller groups, they charged at the magical classes in the back of the group, not bothering to waste time with the MTs and melee classes. These mutants behaved like players, rather than monsters. Without any defenses against this sudden development, White Knight changed strategies, choosing team PvP tactics instead. He had the melee classes circle the ranged classes, holding back the incoming mutants as much as possible as they retreated to more advantageous terrain. Watching from afar, Shi Feng had to admit that White Knight was indeed one of God's domain's legendary characters. Not only were his leadership abilities first class, but he also had incredibly accurate observational skills and foresight. He fought like a machine. Grasping every aspect of battle perfectly, he knew who needed to do what, where to supply reinforcements, and when to use specific skills. Every member of the team moved like an extension of White Knight himself. Unfortunately, White Knight's team members gradually fell, one after another. In contrast, the mutants had yet to suffer a single loss. Everyone's attacks only dealt around -300 damage, critical hits only managed -600. Even if they concentrate their attacks on a specific common mutant, the latter had 1,500,000 HP. It would take the team a long time to kill one common mutant, not to mention the elite and chieftain mutants. Even with appropriate commands and responses, Owl's members could not make up for the difference in attributes. As White Knight and the others gradually retreated from the Silver Dragon, the mutants moved with them. This gave Shifeng the opportunity to sneak up to the dragon's side after the black liquid had left the Silver Dragon. The dragon's silvery gray body had paled to a pure silver. Despite being unconscious, the dragon's aura was intensely frightening. Even Shifeng found it difficult to move once he stood 30 yards from the creature. If an ordinary player stood in Shifeng's shoes, they'd likely be paralyzed. However, the closer Shifeng came to the Silver Dragon, the greater the heavenly dragon's breath reacted. Does it want me to collect the dragon's heart? Shifeng felt a headache brew as he raised his head to look at the massive Silver Dragon. The dragon before him loomed like a mountain. The two swords in his hands were no more than toothpicks before it. Moreover, although the Silver Dragon was unconscious, the magic array no longer suppressed it. It had recovered to its original state. A level 220, tier 5 monster. Even if Shifeng were allowed to hack and slash at the dragon unhindered, he would not be able to inflict any damage. However, Shifeng decided to try. Unsheathing Killing Ray, he stabbed the sacred sword towards one of the Silver Dragon's scales. Dang! Sparks flew when his sword collided with the silver scale. The unconscious Silver Dragon did not even receive a mandatory -1 damage from Shifeng's attack. Moreover, the Silver Dragon's HP bar still increased, little by little. Sure enough, damaging a dragon with my strength is nothing more than a dream, Shifeng laughed bitterly. Although he understood that White Knight and the others had only wounded the Silver Dragon due to the magic array they had received from their quest, Shifeng only truly understood how impossible it would be to slay this beast after trying it for himself. Unable to harm the Silver Dragon, Shifeng had no choice but to follow where his ring led. He refused to give up on the chance of repairing the Heavenly Dragon's breath. The Heavenly Dragon's breath had initially been a true legendary item. If he wanted to restore the fragmented legendary ring, he needed 3 magic stars and a dragon's heart. Among them, the dragon's heart was the most difficult to obtain as dragons were maddeningly rare in God's domain. Moreover, they were incomparably powerful. With such a God-sent opportunity before him, Shifeng really would not give up easily. The Heavenly Dragon's breath had not reacted to the conscious Silver Dragon in the least. However, as soon as the Silver Dragon fainted, the ring reacted. Moreover, the closer he was to the Silver Dragon, the greater the ring's reaction was. Even after standing beside the dragon, the rings grew more intense, throbbing on his finger like a pulsating heart. This indicated that there should be some method to repair the Heavenly Dragon's breath. Otherwise, the ring would have remained quiet. When Shifeng arrived before the Silver Dragon's heart, the ring's reaction reached its peak. Could it be here? Shifeng unsheathed Killing Ray and stabbed the dragon. However, like before, the dragon's scales were impenetrable. His attack hadn't even left a mark. With no other choice, Shifeng placed the hand that wore the Heavenly Dragon's breath on the scales over the Silver Dragon's heart. At this time, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, do you wish to absorb the dragon's heart? So, the dragon's heart isn't literally the heart of a dragon, but the power it radiates. Shifeng was instantly ecstatic. Immediately, he chose to absorb the dragon's heart, afraid that he would lose this chance if he waited any longer. Chapter 873, Ring of Legends Awakens. The instant Shi Feng clicked, absorb, the heavenly dragon's breath on his finger trembled faintly. Wisps of silver mist flowed from the silver dragon's heart and into the ring. At the same time, a long loading bar appeared before Shi Feng. As the loading bar began to fill, a golden magic array appeared beneath Shi Feng's feet. Numerous small, purple magic arrays also began to appear beside his hand, becoming more intricate as the loading bar filled. Line after line of divine runes automatically appeared and melded with these magic arrays, continuously perfecting them. If another player saw Shi Feng's eyes, they would also discover a silver magic array in each, the array's complexity surpassing even that of a threefold magic array. Shi Feng's elation grew when he saw the restoration work for the heavenly dragon's breath begin. Fragmented legendary items were exceedingly rare throughout God's domain. Each item could easily incite an all-out war between large guilds. No epic item could compare to its value. In the past, despite Shadow being a second-rate guild and having established 10 city-states, the guild had not possessed a single fragmented legendary item. If Shi Feng had owned a fragmented legendary item back then, the item would have helped him become a Tier 4 Sword Emperor, even if his body were weak. Previously, in the Dark Arena, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath had played a massive role in his victory against Sirius from the Battle Wolves. It was also why he had been able to defeat one Apex expert after another in this life. If he could upgrade the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, with the strength of the Abyssal Blade's hidden effect, he wouldn't need to utilize the double-edged sword of his twofold berserk to contend with monster-like experts. After all, fragmented legendary items were insanely rare. Even now, he had not heard of anyone, aside from himself and Fire Dance with her 1,000 transformations, owning one. At most, he had seen others wielding epic weapons and equipment. After quite some, the loading bar finally reached 1%. This pulled a frown from Shi Feng. The ring's restoration required too much time. Meanwhile, the Silver Dragon's HP was still recovering. When the Silver Dragon's HP was full once again, it would definitely wake. At that time, he would lose his opportunity to absorb the dragon's heart's power. Hurry! Please! Shi Feng panicked as he watched the Silver Dragon's HP reach 30%, whereas his absorption progress had only climbed to 4%. Moreover, Shi Feng still had to worry about those mutants. Currently, he couldn't move. Although White Knight's team was impressively strong, against so many mutants, it was only a matter of time before they fell. If he had not finished repairing the Heavenly Dragon's Breath by then, and those mutants returned, all his effort would be for nothing. Please, you guys have to hold on for a little longer. Shi Feng prayed as he watched the loading bar reach 5%. Time flowed quickly. When the Silver Dragon's HP recovered to 50%, Shi Feng's restoration progress had only reached 32%. Although his restoration speed was slightly faster than the dragon's recovery speed, the latter's HP was nearly full. Meanwhile, White Knight's team also faced an intense situation. From the start of the battle to now, White Knight's team of 100 had fallen to around 70 players. In contrast, only 3 common mutants had died so far. If a team of ordinary, even elite, players stood against these mutants, the monsters would have long since annihilated them without losing a single mutant. The fact that Owl had persisted until now and had performed so stunningly proved that there had been a reason for their legendary reputations in the past. Don't hold back. Use all of the magic scrolls we have. White Knight ordered when the team reached the top of a steep hill. In God's domain, the terrain was an important factor in determining the outcome of a battle. White Knight's main goal behind the retreat was to move to favorable terrain. In a battle between players, steep highlands were easily defensible. Now that the team was on higher ground, they only needed to repel the incoming enemies. They could prevent the mutants from surrounding them. Under White Knight's command, everyone on the team gnashed their teeth as they took out their precious magic scrolls and tools. If they couldn't stop the incoming mutants in time, they would use every magic scroll they had to force these monsters back. Like this, They fought off one wave after another. After a short period, 2 more common mutants died. However, these mutants were not easy foes either. Realizing that the battle was at a standstill, the dozen or so elite mutants began to work together to block White Knight and his melee companions' attacks, creating opportunities for the common mutants to break through Owl's defensive line. "Boss, I'm nearly out of mana. If this goes on, they will exhaust us to death, even if they can't kill us directly," a level 38 male cleric anxiously reported as he glanced at his remaining mana. This battle was far more taxing than any boss battle they had fought so far. In the past, he had only needed to focus on healing the lead MT. Now, however, he also had to heal the rest of the team, which significantly increased his mana consumption. Moreover, they had already exhausted themselves during the battle against the Silver Dragon. Healers, control your mana usage. If your mana is running out, drink a potion. Melees, focus on pinning the monsters down, don't fight. Try to reduce the burden on the healers as much as possible. If your HP is low, drink a potion, White Knight commanded. He also knew how dire their situation was. He had not expected that these mutants to be so strong and possess such high intelligence. If they continued fighting as they were, their only outcome would be a team wipe. As the seconds and minutes passed, White Knight's team lost members. Elsewhere, Shifeng's anxiety grew with each passing second. The Silver Dragon's HP had already reached 97%, while the Heavenly Dragon's breath's restoration had only reached 93%. It was likely that the dragon would wake before the ring's restoration completed. Faster! Faster! Just a little more. Shifeng inwardly yelled. He had never been this nervous after re-entering God's domain in this life. 95%. 96%. 97%. 98%. When the Heavenly Dragon's breath's restoration reached 99%, the Silver Dragon's HP bar finished filling. The dragon's massive eyelids slowly opened. The Silver Dragon noticed Shifeng immediately, and flames of rage filled its gaze. Despicable human. You dare try to steal my power, the Silver Dragon bellowed. Widening its jaws, it used dragon breath on Shifeng. Without hesitation, Shifeng initiated absolute defense, the aura of Earth's activatable skill, which he had long since prepared. Boom! The powerful dragon breath created a massive crater around Shifeng. Even White Knight and the others, who were fighting quite a distance away, felt the ground tremble. After the dragon breath ended and the smoke cleared, Shifeng held onto one of the Silver Dragon's scales with one hand, while his other hand pressed against the dragon's side over its heart, absorbing the power of the dragon's heart. Although Shifeng had not received any damage, he was dazed. Unfortunately, absolute defense, which should have lasted 5 seconds, had been destroyed. However, the Heavenly Dragon's breath's restoration finally reached 100%. The magic arrays that surrounded him then began to merge with the ring, one after another. As if the ring had awoken from its slumber, it radiated an astounding aura. The ring no longer felt like an inanimate object. Chapter 874, Dragon's Domination. Although the Heavenly Dragon's breath had been restored, the Silver Dragon was thoroughly enraged. Roar! A single roar shook the valley. Shifeng had even been thrown over 30 yards, a damage of over -1,000 points appearing above his head. Sure enough, dragons shouldn't be provoked. As Shifeng climbed up from the ground, he stared at the towering Silver Dragon in shock. This was the Silver Dragon's true power. Its roar alone had caused so much damage. Even throwing several million players at it would be suicide. However, Shifeng did not know that, if not for the Heavenly Dragon's breath absorbing a large portion of the Silver Dragon's power, the dragon's roar would have been more than enough to claim his life. The Silver Dragon's roar also alarmed the distant mutants and White Knight's team. Big Brother White, the dragon's awake. What should we do? The elementalist, Frozen Dream? Asked worriedly, frowning. They were already badly battered from their fight against the mutants, and winning against these monsters was still a huge problem. If the silver dragon joined the fray, it would be their doom. She understood powerful the silver dragon was. Now that they didn't have a magic array to suppress it, even its sneeze could end their lives. They could deal with suffering a single death. However, the quest White Knight had accepted was extraordinary. If they failed the quest, the consequences would be unimaginable. We're still too close to the silver dragon. Let's continue to retreat. I remember a cave being nearby, let's head there, White Knight commanded after considering the situation. The silver dragon's strength spoke volumes for itself. However, as long as it did not discover them, it wouldn't be a threat. These mutants were still their main problem. Killing one was exceedingly difficult. If not for the advantageous terrain and the large number of magic scrolls and tools they possessed, they would have been dead already. Boss, look! There's someone in the sky, a ranger with sharp eyesight suddenly announced as he looked towards the distant clouds. Huh? White Knight was confused. He unconsciously turned to look where the ranger pointed. They were currently within an abyssal monster nest. They had only arrived here safely due to the teleportation magic array the quest had provided. It was hard to imagine someone else being here. After a close look, White Knight discovered someone flying across the sky. However, roughly 2 seconds later, White Knight's expression darkened. His team members' expressions were similarly grim. They noticed the silver dragon following the player closely. Based on the dragon's appearance, it seemed furious. Moreover, now that the silver dragon was free of the magic array's suppression, it looked far stronger than before. The silver dragon they had previously faced felt like an adorable kitten compared to the prehistoric beast that flew through the sky. Crap, just who is that? As these players watched the figure fight while fleeing the silver dragon, they were stunned. They even wondered if that figure was an NPC, rather than a player. However, the green diamond marker above the figure's head confirmed that it was a player. Even if they wanted to deny the truth, they had to face the facts before them. In the sky, Feng had activated Power of Darkness, increasing his attributes by 60% for 10 minutes. In addition, he had activated Wind Rider. Overall, he was slightly faster than the Silver Dragon. Initially, Feng had despaired, prepared to die and lose the Abyss Ancient Book. However, after examining the Silver Dragon's information, he breathed a sigh of relief. Due to the Heavenly Dragon's breath having absorbed a large portion of its power, the Silver Dragon had fallen into an extremely weakened state. The previous roar had been the Silver Dragon's last strand of power. Now, both its level and tier had fallen significantly. Silver Dragon, Tier 4. Level 55. Extremely weakened. Although Feng was definitely no match for a level 55, Tier 4 boss, with the power of darkness coursing through him and the partially restored Heavenly Dragon's breath, his attributes had far surpassed that of a Tier 2 class of the same level. He also had a skill like Wind Rider to boost his speed. Escape was entirely possible. Heavenly Dragon's breath, ring, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement, Strength 400, Agility 400, Intelligence 200. When equipped. All attributes plus 50, level 40. Strength plus 50%, Agility plus 50%, Intelligence plus 35%, Endurance plus 50%. Movement speed plus 35%. Attack speed plus 30%. Ignore levels plus 15. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional skill 1, Dragon's Authority. Suppress all enemies in the surroundings with the might of the Heavenly Dragon, inflicting the fear status onto enemies within a 50-yard distance, reducing their attack power by 40%, attack speed by 40%, and movement speed by 40% for 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Additional skill 2, Dragon Breath. Inflicts 10x damage in an 80 by 5 yard line in front of you. There is a 30% chance to induce the fainted state for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 4 minutes. Additional skill 3, Heavenly Dragon's Power. Allows the user to temporarily possess the power of the Heavenly Dragon, increasing HP by 500%, Strength by 150%, Agility by 60%, and Defense by 300%, and grants immunity to all controlling effects for 2 minutes. Cooldown, 3 hours. Additional passive skill, Dragon's Domination, increases the basic attributes of all allied dragons by 15% while suppressing the basic attributes of all enemy dragons by 20%. Every dragon within a radius of 1,000 yards will increase the user's attributes by 500 points. The Dragon Slayer Mekaseru once owned the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. It was originally a legendary ranked item possessing the suppressed strength of the dragon tribe. Due to damage resulting from a war between gods, its might has greatly decreased. However, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath possesses an incomparably strong magic power and possesses the potential to restore itself. Its past glory may be restored with just 3 magic stars. Current restoration, 1/4. After Shifeng investigated the Heavenly Dragon's Breath's attributes, he finally understood why the legendary NPC, Faust, had said that, as long as he restored the ring, he would not have to fear the Abyssal Blade's backlash. Despite having only completed 1 out of the 4 restoration requirements, the fragmented legendary ring's abilities were so powerful. He could only imagine how powerful it would be against dragons if he fully restored it. Even if the Silver Dragon were invincible at this stage of the game, due to the dragon's domination skill, he had gained a 500-point buff to all of his attributes. Currently, he was even stronger than when he had been at his peak by a large margin. He was even stronger than a Tier 2 class of the same level. Moreover, the skill had suppressed the Silver Dragon's basic attributes by 20%. It simply could not catch up to Shifeng. Chapter 875, Temple Ruins. In the sky over the valley, Shifeng dodged the Silver Dragon's attacks as he observed the surrounding terrain. Although the power of darkness had a very long duration, it was bound to end eventually. Once he lost the power of darkness's buffs and had to rely solely on the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, escaping the Silver Dragon would be impossible. There it is. Shifeng quickly found the Silver Dragon's egress. He then turned and dashed towards that area. Dilapidated temple ruins used to occupy the area. However, the dragon's emergence had raised the ruins. Now, there was only a massive crater with the scattered fragments of the temple ruins. The scene reaffirmed Shifeng's previous assumption. There was a 99% chance that White Knight and the other owl members' unexpected arrival was due to a quest. The Silver Dragon's entrance was even more precipitous. Moreover, as soon as the Silver Dragon had appeared, the Tier 5 Cursed Dark Sanctuary had activated. This spell had obviously been set up to prevent something from escaping, and that something was definitely the Silver Dragon. Since the spell had been set up to prevent the Silver Dragon's escape, there should be a spell that could reseal it, just like in the obelisk in Stone Forest Town. The crater was bottomless. The dragon soon realized that Shifeng was flying towards the crater. Although it was afraid to go near the pit again, Shifeng had stolen its power and left it weakened. Even if it could still recover, recuperation would take a long time. It wouldn't be able to soothe the hatred in its heart if it did not get rid of this swordsman. Hence, it, too, flew into the crater after Shifeng. Once the Silver Dragon vanished, White Knight and his team heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they did not agitate the dragon, they, more or less, had a chance of getting rid of these mutants. Had the Silver Dragon joined the battle, they would have lost all chance of completing their quest. Just who is that person? He was actually able to stand up to the dragon for such a long time. The members of OWL had been deeply shocked and they saw the scene from before. At the end of the day, a dragon was still a dragon. Even if it was weakened extremely, it was still not an ant that players like themselves could go up against. Previously, they had managed to see very clearly that, although the silver dragon was in a weakened state, the information it displayed showed that it still had the strength of a level 55, tier 4 boss. It would be a piece of cake for the silver dragon to squash them into pancakes, so much so that they wouldn't even have any power whatsoever to resist it. Alright, focus. The dragon has already disappeared. Let's hurry up and wipe out these mutants. Use a magic array to suppress them, right away. We no longer have time to hold back. Shi Feng's performance had likewise shocked White Knight considerably. However, he did not think that Shi Feng could pin down the silver dragon for very long. Hence, they needed to finish up their task as quickly as possible. As soon as White Knight said so, 15 magical class players in the team each took out a magic scroll and a blue potion. When these magical class players drank down the intermediate mana recovery potion in their hands, their mana, which had been below 10%, instantly recovered by 30%. Their mana recovery speed also doubled for 30 seconds. Following which, these 15 players activated a magic array. Immediately, a gigantic magic array enveloped all of the mutants. The initial extreme frost field had already slowed down the reactions of these mutants significantly. With the effects of the magic array added in, the mutants' speeds decreased further by a large margin. Their attributes were also suppressed by 30%. Although the attributes of the mutants were still superior to theirs, they were no ordinary experts. Originally, with just the effects of the extreme frost field, each of them could easily handle a common mutant by themselves. Some of them were even capable of pinning down the elite mutants. Now, against these much slower and weaker mutants, everyone had an even easier time fighting. The appearance of the magic array had instantly turned the tide of the battle. At the bottom of the crater, Shi Feng very quickly discovered a gigantic magic array surrounded by 36 stone pillars over 100 meters tall with numerous divine runes engraved onto them. In addition to these pillars, he also spotted a destroyed altar at the corner of the magic array. It seems that, as long as that place gets repaired, I can reactivate the seal. Shi Feng immediately rushed over to the altar. As soon as he arrived before the stone altar, however, he immediately felt as if he had been scammed. To restore the stone altar, he actually needed 1,000 magic crystals as well as the permanent sacrifice of 80 points of all his basic attributes. The number of magic crystals required was nothing to Shi Feng. After all, he always carried several thousand crystals with him in case of emergency. However, the permanent loss of 80 points in all attributes was a different story. To current ordinary players, losing that much in attributes would practically cripple their account. However, seeing the silver dragon already flying over, Shi Feng gritted his teeth and clicked accept. Anyway, after restoring the heavenly dragon's breath, the ring now provided additional basic attributes. It also received massive improvements in various other aspects. Overall, even after factoring in this loss, he still ended up with a net gain in basic attributes. The instant Shi Feng clicked accept, he immediately felt power draining out of his body. Meanwhile, the silver dragon, which had just arrived before Shi Feng and was about to slap him to death with its claws, suddenly froze, fear flashing in its eyes. At this moment, it distinctly heard the clanging and jangling of metallic chains. All at once, the silver dragon was terrified. It no longer cared about Shi Feng as it instantly tried to distance itself from this place that had once trapped it. You want to escape? At this moment, a cold smile appeared on Shi Feng's face. If he were to let the silver dragon escape now, he would have sacrificed his attributes for nothing. Abyssal Bind. Suddenly, over a dozen pitch-black chains emerged from the ground, directly binding the silver dragon. Although Abyssal Bind had little effect on a monster of the silver dragon's caliber, it still managed to delay the dragon by half a second. To most, this half a second might not seem like much. To the silver dragon, however, this half a second was sufficient to send it falling from heaven straight into hell. The silver dragon broke free of the pitch-black chains, but before it could escape the crater, numerous golden chains shot out from the magic array and bound it. No matter how hard the silver dragon struggled, it was slowly, bit by bit, dragged back down to the bottom of the crater. At this moment, the silver dragon's heart overflowed with despair. It had gone through such lengths to escape its bindings and regained its freedom, yet, just for the sake of getting some petty revenge on a puny little human, it now suffered the binding of these damnable chains once more. Human, you are very amazing. You managed not only to plunder my strength but also to survive against me for so long, and even to reseal me now. I acknowledge you to be an existence equal to myself. At this moment, the silver dragon stopped struggling. Instead, it quietly observed Shi Feng as it asked, "Are you willing to make a trade with me? You should know that dragons won't easily make trades with weak existences like humans. Moreover, dragons always keep their word. As long as a dragon promises to do something, they will definitely see it through." Trade? Shi Feng was surprised in spite of himself when he heard this. At the same time, the sound of several system notifications also entered his ears. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.